As soon as we get our audio-visual people going. Is all set back there? All right, thank you. Can you hear us okay? Good. Well, we can't wait to hear from you, so we're going to get started in a moment. Thanks for coming. We will be asking for deferrals and withdrawals in a moment, but let me just start. We have a long agenda today. We will take community input as we always have for my last 14 years anyway. And we will take community input as long as we find it helpful to the process of helping us make a decision, okay? So therefore we try and limit, since we have such a big agenda, trying to get caught up in the public process, we'll try and limit it to things that help us drive in that direction. All right, so Ms. Arajo, do you want to get started?
The first few cases are here for board final arbiter, calling BZC number 28678, 5 Brigham Street, Ward 1, also BZC number 28673, 6 Brigham Street, Ward 1. These particular cases were before this board on November 27th, 2007, and they were approved at that time for BRA design review and to work with the neighbors. You have had subsequent extensions. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Richard Lins, 1216 Bennington Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. As the secretary indicated, this was approved some time back, along with a subsequent extension, which currently runs through October of 2014. I would point out, with respect to 6 Brigham Street, permit has issued on that one. This is a project that required 6 Brigham Street to be completed first, and then 5 Brigham Street could be constructed because there's shared egress between the buildings. We are close to our certificate of occupancy with respect to 6 Brigham. Once 6 Brigham is completed, we can commence with construction on 5 Brigham. The delay is the reason for the delay.
How much time do you need?
Probably 6 months.
Okay. Do I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend 6 months.
All those in favor of the extension? Aye. Okay, thank you.
Calling BZC number 3229, 87 Bloomfield Street, Ward 17. This case was before this board on August 21st, 2012. At that time, it was approved subject to both BRA and BTD design review. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Walter Bozak.
Have a seat. Just use the mic.
Thank you.
What are you looking for, sir?
Good morning. I would like to file a request for an extension, please, on the Board of Appeals, since right now I do not have a permit from the Public Improvement Commission.
So you're waiting on the PIC.
Yes, please.
And how much time do you need to get that, do you think?
Can I get another 12 months, please?
12 months?
This is only for 2 parking spaces, right? When did you file with the PIC?
After I got your approval from your department, from the Board of Appeals here, I applied for it. They told me I needed additional work. I need additional information from the surveyor.
All right, why don't we do 6 months? Does that sound reasonable?
More than a year.
I just don't want, things just, dragging out, but do whatever you guys want. Motion for, how much?
For 6 months.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, see if we can get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling BZC number 3436, 70 South Bay Ave, Ward 8. This was a request to erect an outdoor advertising sign billboard with a Tri-Vision face. This particular case was before this board on June 8, 2010. At that time, it was approved subject to BRA design review and to this applicant only. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Adam Coffin. I'm with Mint Slevin and representing the Greater Boston Food Bank.
What would you, okay. So extension, what are you looking for?
So we're just looking to swap some plans, actually. So it turns
Swap
out,
some plans.
so the original billboard was built in 2010. And then the last year, we've been converting it, working through the permitting process to convert it to a digital billboard. And as part of that process, when we got the approval from the ZBA, we then went to ISD, and they asked that we get BRA approval, design review approval for those as well, which we did. And then in that process, we found out that the original plans for the billboard were actually incorrect as they were built. And so we have the correct plans that we have now gone through the BRA design
Well, is
approval
this
process.
something, is it bigger, taller?
It's not bigger, it's actually shorter, same face,
Is it
same
something that
square
would benefit
footage.
from another year of public process?
I don't believe so. I mean, it's the same engineer. It was literally an administrative mistake, and so I think it,
Do you have any concerns on this plan's change, Mr. Bizzatti?
Well, not recalling what the original was and not knowing what the proposed is, I can't answer.
okay.
So it stays as a tri-board,
Yep.
but it's shorter.
But it's actually, we've also gotten the approval for the digital permit for it, so it's being converted into a digital permit. I mean, to a digital billboard. But it is about 4 feet shorter. Same face,
Do you have the
672.
drawings there?
We do, yes.
Question, has BRA done design review on this?
I wasn't aware that this was before you this morning, and if it was, then I would have spoken with Patap about it. If the plans don't have a BRA stamp on it, I would request that it go through design review.
Sorry, they do have a stamp.
Yeah, there is a BRA stamp on it dated 7/2/14.
Question
I don't recall whose signature.
about these digital billboards. I mean, there used to be billboards that just had a picture or whatever. Now you find these almost like TVs.
Yeah.
Is there anything about causing distractions to drivers when you have these types of billboards?
There is, and there's a state process for that, so you actually have to go through the Mass Department of Transportation, and they work through that, and there's mitigation efforts, and so, this is the city local permitting process, and then it goes on to the state, and we have to work with them on that.
You need to be approved for a digital billboard.
Correct, yes.
There's also a federal highway
Yep.
regulations on it.
Right.
You're on the
There's processes that we have to go through both of those.
Mr. Chairman, having reviewed it, make a motion to grant the relief requested.
All right.
It already does have BRA design review.
Thank you. All right, second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You're all set.
Great, thank you.
The next case is here as call of the chair. This is BZC number 33231, 192 I Street, Ward 7. I've been informed that the applicant is not here, so we will postpone it to 9:30 to at the next meeting.
Is this the one about the easement?
Yes.
Can't we just do it? If you don't want to, you think we should wait? All right,
Let's
fine,
just wait.
fine, fine.
So I'm going to make a motion for deferral.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor of deferring this matter? Aye. All right, see you next week, or next time. Next hearing.
The next few cases are here for rediscussion, calling BZC number 33486, 312 Spring Street, Ward 20. This is a request to erect a 5-story building for 16 residential units and commercial space and parking. Violations are Article 56, Section 39, off-street parking insufficient. Article 56, Section 7, multifamily use is forbidden. Article 56, Section 8, FAR, building height excessive, usable open space and side yards and rear yards insufficient. Your name and address for the record, please. And just for the record, this was postponed for the last meeting for want of a full board.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Joe Hanley, McDermott, Quilty Miller, 131 Oliver Street in Boston. With me to my right is the proponent, Saeed Halaby. To my left is our architect, Lucio Trabucco. I have passed out to the board a series of materials which include a revised project description and revised plans, which were provided to the board at the last hearing that was continued, as well as a timeline of our extensive community outreach and a parking agreement an application with the MBTA for supplemental parking, as well as draft owner occupancy condominium dock restriction, which we discussed in letters of support. This matter was continued from the July hearing, July 1st hearing. The board had encouraged us to go back and work more with the community and look at some project modifications, which we've in fact done. Just to give you some background very quickly, this is a non-conforming use and lot at the edge of Spring Street and the VFW Parkway in West Roxbury. It's about 8,500 square feet with an existing non-conforming commercial building. It's used for a nail salon. My client has engaged in extensive outreach proposing to introduce a preferred residential home ownership use here. We are trying to respond to the need for middle-class housing and affordable housing. We have revised our project further since presenting to you on July 1st to 11 units. We had started with 16 originally, came to you in July with 12. We're still doing 2 affordable units on site, which is in excess of the inclusionary zoning percentage. We have also since secured the approval of the MBTA for an additional 12 parking spaces. So the proposal now is for 11 residential units on a building with 3 levels and a 4-story setback with 14 parking spaces. And the reason why that's important is we're only off by 3 with respect to on-site zoning requirements. By providing 12 more with an MBTA license agreement, we now have 26, far in excess. I'd also suggest that the reduction in the plans make us much closer to the FAR, as well as the height. Height was an issue that we discussed. We're now 30 feet on Spring Street at the front, and we've taken the 4th level and set it back. It's 22 feet back from the street. Its total height of the building is about 38.5 feet. Zoning is 35. So our argument is that this is de minimis in certain circumstances and appropriate with respect to the need, severe need here in the city to provide affordable and middle-class housing. Member Chin asked us at the last hearing about how we might enforce the owner occupancy issue. We provided, for the record, a copy of a suggested condominium dock restriction, which we'd be happy to have part of this decision, which would also be recorded at the registry. These are all issues that we have worked very hard to address since our last hearing, and which we were asked to address in those 3 areas by the West Roxbury Neighborhood Council, whose zoning committee voted to support us.
So that was a concern, was it was home ownership, not rental?
Correct. It's a condominium, and one of the concerns was to make sure that buyers wouldn't then rent out the unit. So we're happy to participate in that.
I know, that's a bad idea, my concern, but, all right. I think we thought it was a good project, but the neighbors had some concerns, so we, on respect to the community, sent it back for more work.
I think this board member had some concerns at that meeting too. What is the required FAR? I'm assuming it's 0.5. And what is the FAR proposed here?
0.6, so we are at 1.6. 1.6.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I suppose your side and rear yards insufficiencies, open space insufficiencies probably decrease. Height, you said, is now 37.5, so it's
38.5.
Yeah.
38.5. And what are the unit sizes and the breakdown again?
They're like about around 960 square feet, 2-bedroom units.
I'm sorry?
960 square feet, sorry, I just have a call. 960 square feet per unit. It's 2-bedroom units.
They're all 2 bedrooms?
They're all 2-bedroom units.
Okay.
Okay.
Question, the additional parking, is the intent still to support local businesses with access to the park? Do I recall that correctly?
Yeah, so the, again, 14 spaces on site, 17 and a half required, an additional 12 through the MBTA. There's a huge lot there that has been at the Spring Street Cafe, the local business who supports us, uses a portion of. And they've had that for 8 years now. It's not going away.
What is the
12 dedicated?
Yes. And you
What
have
is
in
the term of all that?
it's an annual license.
So it's renewable annually.
Right, but it's the same format that the Spring Street Cafe has had for 8 years. And, you know, so again, we're coming closer because we've dropped the units from 12 to 11. We're now less than 3 than 4, which is the on-site requirement, pretty close. And then we're providing 12 through, admittedly, it's an annual license, but that's what the T provides. And I can say that the Spring Street Cafe has informed us that they've had no issues with the T looking to change that relationship.
So we did take testimony last time, but I think we need to take it again since it's we did more work with the neighborhood. Okay. So the mayor's office, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Chris Rusk from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record of support. We felt like the applicant has done a considerable amount to mitigate some of the issues, the density coming down from 16 to 12 to 11, the height, the setback from the street. And we feel that a residential, something residential in this area would have less of an impact on the traffic, which is kind of burdensome at this point. It'd be more agreeable than a commercial unit. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. City councilors?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bill McGregor, the City Councilor Matt O'Malley. Sort of what Chris said, we do appreciate that they came to the neighborhood at least 5 times. However, the neighborhood still has concerns, so we'd like to be in opposition for right now.
Five times. They started with 16. They end up with 11. They went 5 times. So just give up 1 unit each time. That's not bad.
Yeah, and the zoning is
We
one
keep
out.
going, we'll have nothing left.
I think we're going to get it done today.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McDonough from City Council at Large, Steve Murphy's office. We'd like to go on record in opposition as well.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
Chairman, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Council, Michael Flaherty. Although we'd love to see a project at the site, just due to the continuing opposition from the abutters, this particular point, we can't support the project.
Thank you. Anyone else from the mayor's, city council? Okay. You gentlemen want to speak?
Yes, my name is George Holmesy. My family owns the West Roxbury Professional Building at 1860-1868 Center Street. And we have been a part of the West Roxbury community since '98 when we purchased that building. And close friend of Sayed Halaby. He's done really hard work and working with the neighborhood council and the community to make something work for him here on this project. He's come a long way and has had a very hard road and multiple times having to being opposed on different projects. Very capable of getting this project done.
You need to talk to me about the zoning and whether you support
I
it or not, okay?
I support the zoning because he's come a long way from the original 16 units. And as a business owner and a lot of my tenants that I've talked to are called in support of the project itself. It'll be a great gateway project for West Roxbury, entering the gateway of West Roxbury there. I think it'd be very important to have a project like this. Thank you.
Sir, name and address? Name and address, please.
Yes, Robert Leon, 90 DeSola Road, West Roxbury. I'm in favor of this project. I think it would be an advantage to the neighborhood to have a building of that structure.
All right, thank you for coming. Anybody else want to be heard in favor? Who's here to speak in opposition to the proposal?
Thank you. My name is Steve Smith. I live at 103 Laurie Ave in the immediate neighborhood of that area. I've been to all 5 meetings, and I'm going to speak on behalf of the neighbors of Oakmere, Billings, that have regularly gone to these meetings, and we do appreciate all the community meetings that have been met on this, but we can't escape the fact that this is a 4-story building replacing a 1-story building in a residential neighborhood. If you focus just on the building itself that's a mistake. I just ask that you, if you walked across the street and look back to where a four-story building is going to go, all you have is primarily residential homes that are much lower in height than this proposed building. But we also have concerns about the lease, because this is a sublease of a lease with the Spring Street Cafe. So which means that the Spring Street Cafe is busy and all its spaces are taken up. That overflow underneath the building has to go somewhere else. And most likely, they're going to be parking on Billings Street, and that is a big concern because we already have a problem with parking on Billings Street. We already have a parking with traffic flow. There's another problem, the egress of how the cars are going to enter and exit that building. Right now, the plan is that there's a driveway between 310 and 312 Spring Street, 18 feet wide, and I don't see how that is possibly going to work if a car is coming out and coming in at the same time. They can say there's going to be sensors, which would be a first in West Roxbury, because I don't know any other condo building that's going to have sensors in order to control the traffic flow. It's for those concerns, and finally the last concern I'll say, is that we have repeatedly asked this owner to do a better job in upkeeping this current property. It's overgrown with weeds, it's not properly maintained, so we have to ask, what faith do we have that he's going to do any better with this proposal of a four-story building? Yes, it's a gateway. That's a phrase that I actually came up with many years ago to try to get this area cleaned up. So let's be careful that the first thing they're going to see is a four-story building. It better be the best four-story building we have, because that's the first thing they're going to see when they're coming into this part of West Roxbury.
Thank you for coming in. I think those are the same concerns we heard. I think you articulated them, and we completely are sympathetic to the character of the neighborhood and this dichotomy of a parkway edge and a residential neighborhood. Very familiar with the site. Are we ready to move on this?
Yes, I'm going to make a motion for denial without prejudice, because this is a one-family zone. I think something of greater density would benefit this part of the neighborhood. However, I do still think that 11 units is far too dense. And that's my motion.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of denial without prejudice? Okay, no one.
Motion for approval of BRA design.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Opposed.
Okay, the chair votes with the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Calling BZC number 33440, 106 Fulton Street, Ward 16. This is a request to subdivide the existing lot. Violation is Article 65, Section 9, rear yard insufficient. There is a companion case, BZC number 33439, 12 Pope Hill Street, Ward 16. This is a request to erect a one-family dwelling. Violations are Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 65, Section 42, conformity with existing building alignment, and Article 65, Section 9, FAR excessive. Article 65, Section 9, lot area insufficient. Your name and address for the record, please.
Attorney Daniel McDevitt, 161 Granite Avenue in Dorchester. And with me is Brendan Dillon, the petitioner.
Okay. Let me just check with the plans examiner here. What's the house going to look like? Is it going to be contextual or?
Yes, but the issue is, Councilor, we have a site plan for both projects, but building plans only for number 12.
There's no building going on the corner. That is an existing condition. That house exists.
Okay.
That's a corner lot on the corner of Pope's Hill and Houghton Street. So what happens, there's a violation on that because half of the house is 20 feet and half of it's 15 feet, and it's a corner lot. So that particular violation is just an anomaly of a corner lot and the shape of the existing structure.
Thank you. Drawings are adequate.
Okay. With regard to the single-family house, when the plans first came in to inspectional services, the driveway was not on the drawings, which it is on the drawings that Mr. Pisani has. So we're really not asking for relief at all with regard to parking. We have a driveway. It just wasn't drawn in at the time. The dimensional of the front yard is at the request of the city. We really don't need the relief, but they want us to bring the house 2 feet closer to the street in order to line up with the other houses. We really could move it back, not have that violation, and still not violate the 20-foot rear yard requirement. The reality of this is it's a 3,700 square foot lot that fully accommodates the house and gives us more than double the open space requirement of the code. So although the code requires 5,000 square feet to build a home on this, in this zone, we're able to build a three-family, very comfortable home for Brendan and his wife and children to live in on this lot, in a sense with no violations, except for the fact that we're doing it on 3,700 square feet as opposed to 5,000 square feet. So we're asking for relief, not for the parking, for the front yard, because they want us to get closer to line up with the other buildings, and then it's just strictly a square footage lot. It's a traditional Dorchester lot.
You say they want us, that would be all right?
Yes.
No, that's an ISD. They use the modal.
ISD.
ISD, okay. I want to be clear about that.
Yeah, no, ISD looks at it and they take what's next door and they say, we might as well do it all at once.
They don't want the broken tooth look going up and down the block.
And this is a very, very short section of this street. There are houses to one side, and then obviously the existing corner house, so it's just bringing in 2 by 2 feet is what it is.
Sounds good.
Counselor, just for the record, the site plans submitted do not in fact show the driveway. Do you have a copy?
I have another site plan here, which shows the driveway, and I have a full set of drawings here with the driveway. I'll submit both of those. I had asked Mr. McGrath, who is the architect, to send another set of drawings in, and he's on the West Coast on some kind of a family something or other, so.
Thank you.
But we were able to just get them this morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
So are you subdividing the lot? Is that?
The lots exist as separate lots. They've been taxed, in other words, the 3,700 square foot lot has had its own tax bill since at least 1985 going forward. It's always just been residential land, and it gets its own tax bill. So we're putting a plan on record, or we did put a plan on record, only because it never defined the boundaries of where the ownership was in the back and on the sides and along the street. It was one of those early descriptions of land that it needed to be updated with a better
I'm just trying to understand
definition.
why the existing house is also before us.
I'm sorry, why the existing house?
Yes,
Why it's a violation?
yes.
Well, because if you look at the site plan, you can see the existing house is 20 feet off the lot line for most of the house, and then there's a bump out on the existing
But
house.
it's an existing house on an existing lot.
It is. Why, I mean, I think when they look, yeah, I think when they look at it, it's an existing house on an existing lot, but when you look next door, there's a portion of it that's only 15 feet, and it's a corner lot. So it really is a side yard, front yard issue because it's a corner lot? A rear yard, side yard, I'm sorry.
But there is no work being done on that.
None whatsoever,
The
no.
lots have not been subdivided
No,
as
it's
separate lots.
just to correct, it's to cozy that one up a little bit, that's all.
All right, sounds good. Would like to be heard on this matter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Alec Benelli, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, would like to go on record in support with BRA design review.
Thank you. you very much.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Council Frank Baker's office, would like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McDonough from City Council at Large Steve Murphy's office, we too would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Council, Michael Flaherty, like to go on record in support.
Thank you very much. Anyone want to be heard in opposition to the proposal? I'll ask for a motion since I think we're all set.
Motion for approval, BRA design review.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Council.
Thank you very much.
The next two cases are here before us on GCOD, calling BZC number 33607, 45 to 53 Hereford Street, Ward 5. This is a request to combine lots and create 3 new entries on Newbury Street, erect an addition to 51 and 53 Hereford Street, change the occupancy from 20 apartments, 19 lodging units, to 18 apartments, retail and office. Violation is Article 32, Section 4, GCOD applicability. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is James Green. I'm an attorney at Rubin & Rudman at 50 Rose Wharf, and I'm here on behalf of Patrick J. Glynn, the owner of the site. With me to my right is Chai Min Z, our architect, and to my left is Fred Keeler from H.W. Moore, our engineer. We have submitted to the board a certification from H.W. Moore with respect to groundwater, and also a copy of a letter from the Boston Water and Sewer Commission approving the plans together with a set of plans.
Councilor, may I interrupt you? We're hearing, we have the description in front of us, but am I correct that the only thing we're considering is the GCOD?
That's all.
Did I?
Just GCOD.
Is there an issue with notification?
Not that I'm aware of, because I've heard that people are aware of this project. They have been for the last over 2 years. And this was filed with ISD back in April. The notices went out. I received my notice. It was dated August 27th. Sufficient time that the staff has given me, my client, and other abutters who I'm sure are here, as well as elected officials.
Well, here's the thing. The board has received correspondence concerns for notice, but everything that your client is doing is as of right, and the only thing that we're being asked to consider is the groundwater issue, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then we can proceed with that. Mr. Laffer? There's no variances, nothing else we're considering, right?
Nothing else.
Elliot?
Elliot Laffer, Boston Groundwater Trust. Again, speaking strictly on groundwater issues, they have their certification from Boston Water and Sewer, which was, the approval letter was received yesterday, as was a letter from their engineer who's seated in front of you, a stamped letter showing that there's no harm. So that meets the standard requirements in the zoning.
Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman.
We usually don't take testimony on GCOD. Are you here to speak on the groundwater issue?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Councilor Josh Zakem. I represent the Back Bay neighborhood.
I wanted to let you know our standard is, we're just considering groundwater, but I'm happy to have you on the record.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the opportunity here. This is not a typical groundwater situation. There have been long-standing unaddressed violations relating to groundwater, relating to inspectional services, Boston Water and Sewer around this site, and I think the notice issues, and many abutters and neighborhood residents are here today, did not receive the required written notice, the 20-day notice, and because of the complicated situation here in the surrounding areas, there's not been an effective opportunity for them, I believe, to engage the proponent, to discuss with each other to make sure that all these underlying concerns are addressed. I think serious damages have occurred in some of the abutting properties over the past decade or so when these issues were unaddressed. The proponent, unfortunately, has not been terribly forthcoming with my office over these past couple weeks when we reached out asking for clarification. I think similar to what you started off this matter with, asking exactly what's being addressed here today. There was not a very good system of communication in place. Certainly, I think by the fact that I am here, this is my first time speaking personally before the board in my almost 1 year on the council, sort of signifies the importance with which the neighborhood of the Back Bay feels about this site, and I think a deferral would be appropriate at this time to make sure that there is an opportunity for continued discussion to see that these concerns are addressed. I certainly appreciate you allowing me to speak out of turn here on the GCOD matter, and I just want to make sure that these neighborhood concerns are addressed, these past violations and the other issues are addressed before this project moves forward, which was something we discussed with the proponents several months ago. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Counselor.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McDonough from City Council at Large, Steve Murphy's office. I'm aware of the policy of not taking testimony usually on groundwater. We've received a number of emails and calls on this specific project, and people would like just to have an idea on what's going on, because people have lost a lot of money on damage to their properties from imbalance in the groundwater tables, so they'd like just to have a say on it. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, James Sutherland on behalf of Boston City Councilor at Large Ayanna Pressley. Thank you for taking me out of turn. I wanted to reflect the comments of the district councilor and ask for a deferral. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Council Michael Flaherty, echoing the sentiments of Councilor Zakam. We received numerous calls and emails as well requesting deferral.
No one from the mayor's office, right?
If I may, I'd like to just submit a chart which has been given to the Neighborhood Association of the Back Board at numerous meetings that shows complete zoning compliance, which would substantiate the finding of a conditional use permit under the GCOD regulations of the code under Article 32.
Essentially, I have two questions.
Yes, ma'am.
One is, one of the items I heard is that the cause of issues to the abutting buildings is that this is the source of those issues. Has that been substantiated in any way?
It has been alleged, but it has not been substantiated. We've seen no information from an abutter on that. I'm sure they have rights to go to ISD and any other jurisdiction to push that issue or to litigate that issue. We have seen none. What we have agreed to is that there was parking on the lot. We have agreed with the mayor's office to remove the parking, which has been removed. We have proposed to rip up the asphalt and to landscape it with crushed stone. We have an application into ISD to do that, but we're presently before the Back Bay Architectural Commission, and that was rejected and suggested that we add a landscaped area of grass. So that grass plan is now pending before the Back Bay Architectural Commission. It has been for 2 months.
But regardless, you have that wall against Newbury Street.
There's a wall because there's a grade differential from Newbury Street to the public alley 430 in the back.
Okay, and as far as your recharge plan, it is adequate and meets all requirements.
Absolutely more than adequate. We met with the Groundwater Trust, took their suggestions about the elevation of the recharge basin and reduced that so that it more than addresses it. And it has the sufficient cubic volume to address the 1-inch rainwater calculation.
All right, well, I'm all set with this. I don't know how the board feels. This is, to me, I understand the neighborhood's concern and appreciate the city councilors coming in. But again, we're talking about approving something that's before us and not anything else. So I'll leave it up to my board members for a motion. No, we're not taking any more testimony. I'm sorry. No.
Mr. Chairman, a point of order then?
No. This is how the board runs. This is GCOD. So I'm taking a motion.
Well, there are issues other than GCOD, but there are issues about the GCOD that I would like to raise.
They're not before us.
So the record should show that there has been no opportunity for an abutter. I represent an abutter. The record should show that there's been no opportunity for an abutter to raise issues.
Let the record reflect that. Thank you.
Okay.
May I have a motion?
May I submit affidavits concerning the notice issue, which is not...
You submit whatever you want, okay? But I'm ending your testimony now. This is not going to turn in, GCOD is not going to be a trigger for questioning as of right issues.
Well, it isn't as of right.
Okay, well, you can take that up in another venue because this is the only thing before us. I can't expand this to another forum.
I would be happy to limit my comments only to Article 32 if I would be allowed.
I'm ready to make a motion for approval. And do we have the Boston Water and Sewer letter?
Yes, you do.
And we needed it for the file.
Yes, you do.
Been seconded.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Any opposed?
Opposed.
I'm opposed.
Well, the chair votes with the motion, so it carries. G-Cod has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Calling BOA number 384889, 17 Bond Street, Ward 3. This is a request to for the change of occupancy from a two to a single family Violations of Article 32, Section 4, G-Cod. Your name and address for the record, please.
Peter Georgantis, 22 Brimmer Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What are we doing? Bond Street. What are we doing, Mr. Georgantis?
Single-family residence.
Just G-Cod though, right?
Yep, just
Okay.
groundwater, that's all we're here for.
Mr. Laffer?
Elliot Laffer, Boston Groundwater Trust. They have their approval letter from Water and Sewer, and we're all set with it.
Thank you very much. Okay, motion please.
Motion for approval.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, you're all set.
Thank you.
Okay, we had called a project a call of the chair. This is in reference to BZC number 33231, 192 I Street, Ward 7. Is the applicant here for this?
Yes.
Yes, please have a seat at the table. We had made a motion for denial, for deferral till next meeting at 9:30. I withdraw that because the applicant is here and we can hear the case. Can you please, whoever's
No, this
speaking,
is-
put their name and address, well, let me just read it into the record. This is a request to create off-street parking for two vehicles. Violation is Article 10, Section 9, limitation of off-street parking areas. Article 19, Section 2, side yards with driveways. Article 23, Section 1, off-street parking requirements. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Barry Bisson on behalf of Ms. Claire Fantasia of 101 Tremont Street, Suite 1010, Boston, Mass. Oh, I'm sorry, she is of 192 I Street.
And who else, will anybody else be speaking at the table?
Yes, Attorney Anthony Anino.
Okay.
Can you remind me, do we already hear this?
What we needed was clarification because this proposed parking is on
An easement, right?
is in a passageway that's shared by abutters.
So,
And the reason was stated that the parking was required because of a resident in the building who was handicapped. We had suggested in the past that the applicant get handicap parking in front of the house. And so we are here today just to bring closure to this, because I think this is the third time you're hearing it.
That is correct.
Okay, is there anything new you need to present to us?
Well, I believe since the last hearing, a survey was submitted to the board. This survey shows that Ms. Fantasia, who is pretty much a lifelong resident of South Boston, does own a house that is approximately, I should say land that is approximately 15,000 square feet. The front of that property, the building itself, is approximately 17 feet in width with a 7-foot land strip and a 3-foot passageway. That is in the total of the 27 feet of the property in that survey.
We've got your submission.
Does she own the passageway?
Yes, according to the survey, yes, she does.
She owns the passageway.
And that's what the law department has advised us. Isn't that the issue?
No, I thought the law department took a look at the issue is can one park on a
Right,
passage?
right, you're correct, correct.
The issue of ownership of that passageway is multiple, I believe. I believe that it goes to the rights of everybody who has a piece of that. We have not seen a document that shows that this family owns that 3 feet. And that's what the issue is. Because we need 10 feet to park, we only have 7 feet.
Good morning. My name is Attorney Anthony Anino. I represent Ms. Fantasia, too. My understanding that a deed was submitted to the law department. A deed, I don't know if the title examination has been done. I've seen the survey. The survey is 27 feet wide, the property, 17 feet for the building, 7 feet for the strip of land, 3 feet for the common passageway. That passageway is really not in existence anymore. It's overgrown, although it's still there. My understanding is behind the property, there was a park there at one time. That park now on East 7th Street, in the front, a condominium building, the park, what used to be a park, is a playground, is now a parking lot for that condominium. That passageway is not used. I don't know if the board would want or the law department would actually want a title exam performed, but everything I read indicates that they own it. They actually are the ones at the city. There were trash barrels put in the passageway, and the city actually cited Ms. Fantasia for those trash barrels being there. The city actually says that she's the owner of it, and that would be in line with the deed and the survey.
But the deed does not show ownership, is that correct? The survey shows 2 separate parcels. It shows the parcel with the house and the 7 foot to the right, to its right property line, and then it clearly shows a 3-foot passage.
I think, and I hope everybody has a copy of the survey, and that says 27 feet wide. That 27 feet, that 3 feet, and that's described in the deed as 27 feet wide, that 27 feet, that 3 feet is included within that 27 feet.
And is there parking on that side of the street?
On the side of the street, yes, there is parking.
There is parking.
And right next to it, there's a one driveway right next to it, and this would be an abutting driveway. And
Okay.
that's probably pretty much the only 2 side yards that have driveways on
And
that
this
street.
is a request for 2 parking.
This is a request for 2 parking, yes.
Well, okay, there's 2 things. We've got confirmation that, from the law department, that we can rule on the parking on an easement, and if the board is convinced that they have ownership and access via their ownership, then we can make a motion and move this forward.
But is there a legal easement?
Yes.
There is a passageway, it's defined in the deed as a passageway. That passageway, what they intend to do is that park the car on a 7-foot strip, have a Cape Cod berm where the passageway passageway begins. They're not going to block that passageway at all.
So it is an easement?
It's
That's all I'm asking.
It's a rite of passage.
Well, it's a rite of passage. It's a rite of passage subject to other people. Is that correct?
It's a rite of passage subject to others, but, you know, honestly, I don't know if that passage is even in existence anymore, because that has not been used for a good 15 years. That is all overgrown. There are trees in there. There's no one that walks up and down. In fact, if you went on a site visit, you'll know that it's all overgrown, and there are trees in that what was once a passageway. And as I said, there was a park in the back, a playground in the back, which is no longer in existence. It's now a parking lot for the condominium on East 7th Street.
I think until the issue of that passageway, until the use of it as any shared use of it is, unless that is totally terminated, you should still work under the assumption that it's active and has the potential of being active. Based on that, I'm going to make a motion for denial on this application.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
May I ask, is that with prejudice or without prejudice?
I didn't hear that part. Was that?
Denial means that you should come up with another option because we've already spent a good deal of time looking at it under this scenario, and this allows you to think about it in a different way.
I guess what I'm asking, if I can bring it before the year, if I can terminate that
No.
passageway.
No, only with a new, only with a new plan.
New plan. Thank you.
Okay? Any of the applicants scheduled for 9:30, and we're sorry for the delay. Any of the applicants scheduled for 9:30 requesting a withdrawal or a deferral of their cases? Tim, the address, please. I'm sorry? Okay, please have a seat at the table. Calling BOA number 378366, 106 Granite Ave, Ward 16. This is a request to erect a single-family dwelling with a rear deck and stair and off-street parking. Violations are Article 65, Section 9, lot size, insufficient, front yard setback is insufficient, and FAR is excessive. Your name and address for the record, please.
Tim Johnson, architect, 190 Old Colony Avenue, Boston. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we respectfully request a deferral for this proposed single family. We do have support of several of the abutters, however, we were unable to meet with the general membership in the time frame given.
Yeah, sounds good. Motion, please.
Motion to defer.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, what date do we
We're
have?
going to hear you on January 6th at 12:30.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
The address, please.
120 West 4th Street.
Calling BZC number 37, BOA number 374823, 120 West 4th Street, Ward 6. This is a request to demolish the existing building and construct and construct 9 residential units and 2 commercial spaces. Your name and address for the record, please.
Mark Lacasse, 75 Arlington Street, Boston, Mass. I'm the attorney for the applicant.
What are you looking for?
I'm seeking to withdraw this application without prejudice.
Motion, please.
Motion to deny without prejudice.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, you're all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The address, please.
271, 275 Lamartine Street, Jamaica Plain.
Okay. Calling BZC number 37866, sorry, 378677, 271 La Martine Street, Ward 19, and BOA number 379225, 273 to 275 La Martine Street, Ward 19. Your name and address for the record, please.
Paul Ian Tosca, 709 Center Street, Jamaica Plain.
You're looking for deferral, sir?
Yes, we'd like a deferral. Everything's going fine with the neighbors, but the first meeting we could set up with them was tonight at 7 p.m. So we'd like to meet with them tonight as a courtesy to go over our plans. We have submitted the plans to the individuals previously, but they wanted to sit down with our architect, so we're meeting tonight.
Okay, thank you. Motion?
Motion to defer.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. What date do we have?
We're looking at January 6th at 12:30.
Could we have another date? I will be away then.
Okay, January 20th at 12:30.
That'd be fine. Thank you very much.
16 Center Street, BOA 378223.
16 Center Street. Calling BOA number 378222, 16 to 18 Center Street, Ward 9, and also BOA number 378223, also 16 to 18 Center Street, Ward 6. I'm assuming the second one is a building code violation.
Yes, we'd like to withdraw 378223, which is a state building code violation. We'd like to keep in place this morning 378222, which is a zoning case.
So I'm going to make a motion to deny without prejudice.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. that's the building code
And that
matter.
is just for BOA number 378223.
Yes.
And are you going ahead with the other case?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll hold it until later.
Thank you.
Thank you. What's your address?
50 Rose Wharf.
No, thank you. The address, please?
14 Brooklyn Street. Maria Simone.
14 Brookside Street?
Brookview.
Brookview.
Dorchester.
No, yeah. Okay, calling BOA number 376780, 14 Brookview Street, Ward 14. This is a request to enclose a four-season porch on the first and the second floor. Your name and address for the record, please.
Maria Simmons, 14 Brookview Street, Dorchester.
And are you looking to hear this at a later date?
Yes, just to meet with my abutters.
Okay.
Motion for deferral.
Second.
All those in favor, deferral?
And we'll hear you again on at 12:30 on January 6th.
Thank you.
Okay, make a note of it.
Okay, January 6th. Thank you.
The address, please?
16 Custer Street, Jamaica Plain.
Calling DZC number 30, BOA number 375861, 16 Custer Street, Ward 11. This is a request to renovate a three-family dwelling with the construction of attic dormers. Your name and address for the record, please.
Alexander Long, 7 Craft Place, Jamaica Plain.
Okay, you need to defer your date?
Request for deferral, yes.
Can you just tell me why?
I haven't been able to get to the JP Zoning Committee meeting yet. We're on schedule for October.
Okay, so we've had about 5 deferrals, 4 of which were because their application process proceeded quickly enough that they couldn't be accommodated by the neighborhood groups. We've doubled our caseload. I suggest the neighborhood groups start doing the same. That's on the record. All right, motion please for this gentleman.
Motion to defer.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Well,
We're
you
looking
need a date.
at January 6th at 11:30, at 12:30, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay? Any other applicants requesting a withdrawal or a deferral? Any of the applicants scheduled for 10:30 requesting a withdrawal or a deferral?
This is a brand new day.
Anybody scheduled for 10:30 requesting a withdrawal or a deferral of their cases? No? Okay. Calling BZC number 30, BOA number 384292, 45R Wren Street, Ward 20. This is a request to build a new 2-car garage. Your name and address for the record, please. The violation is Article 56, Section 40, accessory building in the rear yard. This is excessive height due to the second story. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Frank Finn. I'm the joint owner, along with my wife Kathy, of the property at 45 Wren Street in West Roxbury. I've been a financial planner for the last 30 years. My wife works at Boston Medical Center as the director of cancer clinical trials. Both of us have lived in Boston neighborhoods for over 50 years, and we pride ourselves on being good neighbors.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Can you please just briefly describe what you're proposing to do?
Okay. So in 2007, we applied for and received a building permit to completely renovate our home and to relocate the garage from one side of the yard to the other. The garage that was approved at its peak was 24 feet tall. We did a complete gut job on our house, and like a lot of people, we blew right through the budget. We spent too much money on the house. We basically had to defer and couldn't afford to build the garage as it was approved. The building plan, we found out the permit lapsed when we attempted to reapply this year, and we found out that it was going to be treated as a brand-new project under a different set of rules and regulations. So we worked with our designer, who's here with me today, in trying to meet the objectives that we had in accomplishing some dry storage over the garage, since our 100-year-old foundation sits in clay and we have a moisture and decay problem in the basement that doesn't allow us to have any dry storage.
Is this a single or a two-car garage?
It's a two-car garage, I'm sorry. Single-family home, two-car garage. So we come up with a plan, we lowered the height from 24 feet at its peak to 20 feet. And that's the highest point, that's the peak. We submitted the plan, ISD reviewed the plan and told us that we would still have to request a variance. So I have a large lot in Boston, I have almost 15,000 square feet. I have 10 abutters who are listed on the tax rolls of the city. I went around to all 10 before I ever filed for a variance and asked them whether they would support the variance. 9 of the 10 have sent letters, which are included as part of the application process, to the board saying that they approved the variance. All 10 said it was a beautiful project, but one direct abutter declined.
Okay, so now it's up to us, okay?
Right.
Mr. Bizzani?
Drawings are adequate, it's a very nice project.
Okay. It's unfortunate, but that's what happens. You need to go through the process again because, you know.
Is your only violation height?
The only violation is height.
What's allowed?
15 feet is allowed, and it's 20.
Well, it's 15. They tell me in the meetings I've had that it's an average of 15 is allowed, and that ours averages at 18, so we exceed that by 3 feet.
Okay, great. Who wants to be heard in this matter? Alan? Oh, Chris.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Chris Ross from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support. The project is not out of line with many houses on the street, and he has the support of almost all of his abutters. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bill McGregor, City Councilor Matt O'Malley. The council would also like to go on record in support. As Chris mentioned, he has 9 out of his 10 neighbors in support. The one thing we do ask, there is a separate address for the garage, 45R. We would like it all to be one lot without a separate address. Thank you.
We'll see if we can address that. Tom?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McDonough from City Councilor at Large, Steve Murphy's office. We'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Paul?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Council, Michael Flaherty, I'd like to go on record in support.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Gary Webster, Office of City Council at Large, Michelle Wu, would like to go on record in support.
Okay, name and address.
My name is Ethel Magidson. I live at 41 Wren Street. I am obviously the one abutter who opposes this proposal. And I do want to add that at a neighborhood zoning board meeting a week ago, Tuesday, the proposal was defeated 2-1 by the neighborhood zoning board. I am the one whom the proposal truly affects because the garage would be 6 feet from my yard due to at the southwest exposure of my house, the direction I face when coming and going from my house, my patio, and my garden. I bought this house because of the land. Both Frank and I have wonderful plots of land separated by a fence. Other neighbors, if they see the garage at all, because all of the other neighbors look at it in a northerly way, if they see it at all, will see it at a distance, and it will have absolutely no effect on their enjoyment of their properties or the value of them. The decision of the board was to deny the proposed request for good reason. A tall garage would increase the density of large buildings on spacious open lots that now allow for beautiful vistas, and which is why people chose to live in that particular block. That is what we bought. It might well increase the value of Mr. Finn's property, but would undoubtedly decrease the value of mine. An average of 2 feet above code, or 18 feet, means that the structure would be significantly more than that in reality, and when viewed, will look even taller. As a single person and a senior, the value of my property is essential to my retirement and my well-being. Limiting the structure to code would have the least negative impact on the value of my home and my enjoyment of it. It seems to me that the Code and Neighborhood Board are meant to assure and protect the individual rights of the homeowner and community. One assumes some guarantees that come with home ownership, some protection. One can easily poll and email neighbors and come up with counselors and premises that a person's request for a variance is just and reasonable. And Mr. Finn has chosen to do that, and he has never in all of this time chosen to speak to me about any of this. His request is neither just nor reasonable. The roof on his house was literally raised some years ago.
Hold on. We've heard the testimony about the garage, and we understand that, but I need to end it here because you're veering off the zoning matters, okay? You're on the record. Thank you. Is there anyone else to be heard on this?
Excuse me. My name is Dan LaPointe. I'm a long-term resident of West Roxbury as well, and I'm an advocate for the project, 67 Maple Street.
All right, thank you. All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Motion for approval, VRA design review.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling BZC number, BOA number 379432, 16R Aldworth Street, Ward 19. This is a request to demolish the existing two-car garage and change the use to an accessory home office and relocate it closer to the main structure. Violation to Article 55, Section 8. The use of an office in a separate building is forbidden. Article 55, Section 9. Side and rear yards insufficient. Also, Article 55, Section 41.12. 2 or more dwellings on the same lot. Also, BOA number 379428, 16 Aldworth Street, Ward 19. This is, our violation is now caused on the main building, which makes Article 55, Section 9, rear yard insufficient, and also Article 55, Section 41.12, 2 or more dwellings on the same lot. Your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Phil Wallace. I'm from Wallace Electric and Construction from Winchester, and my client, Virginia Stewart, is at 16 Aldworth Street.
All right, so you want to tear down a garage, put up a garage, and put an office in the garage, right?
Right.
Okay. And how does that fly with the JP?
We went through the appeal process with the Jamaica Pond and Jamaica Plain Associations, where we had no opposition.
Great. How do the plans look, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Julianne?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Julianne Doherty, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, would like to go on record of support of this application. They've done significant community outreach, and all of their abutters have seemed to be in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Hannah Smith on behalf of District City Councilor Matt O'Malley. We'd like to go on record in support.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McDonough from City Councilor at Large Steve Murphy's office. We too would like to go on record in support.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Council Michael Flaherty, I'd like to go on record in support.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Gary Webster, Office of City Council at Large Michelle Wu, we'd also like to go on record as support. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Natalia Pena from the Office of Representative Jeffrey Sanchez, we'd also like to go on record in support.
Anybody opposed to this proposal like to be heard?
I have a question of the applicant. Is this an accessory home office? Will there be any visitors to the office?
No, I'm a garden designer, so I go to my clients.
Okay, where will your parking be accommodated then?
There is on a plan, it shows a parking spot that was, that they wanted on the property.
The parking spot is right in front of it.
Yeah, the parking spot is in front of the garage.
Driveway, you're just giving up your garage space.
Okay, so it's not in the front yard, so, okay.
No. All right.
Thank you.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion for approval with BRA design review on the garage. Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Calling BOA number
All
30,
set.
sorry.
Thank you.
Calling BOA number 378380, 55 Cliffmont Street, Ward 18. This is a request to erect a single-family home. violation is Article 67, 9.1, dimensional regulations, insufficient lot width and insufficient lot frontage. Your name and address for the record.
For the record, Lawrence Estacara, Nixon Peabody, 100 Summer Street. Joining me is Cynthia Lesh, our new associate, and Stephen David to my right. We'll be very succinct, knowing the board is a bit behind schedule. This is a lot in Rosendale, which is across from the commuter rail right-of-way. And Mr. David has purchased the property and the adjacent property, and he has frontage lacking of a little more than 3 feet. The house that will be constructed, we have a board to show you, is a single-family house, very similar to other single-family homes in the neighborhood. The lot is bigger than some on the street, smaller than others. This was not a prepared subdivision as a result of the railroad right-of-way. It's a little bit different than the average street, and all we're lacking is the width and the frontage. That's it. Neighborhood meeting, Mr. McNulty's here, who was in attendance. Lee Blasi was there from Councilor McCarthy's office. There was no opposition.
Super.
Happy to respond to questions, but...
Well, that's pretty clear and straightforward. David?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. David McNulty, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. As he said, we had a community meeting. No real objections were raised by the neighbors. They're asking for minimal relief, but be recorded in support.
Walter.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Walter Applewhite, District 5, City Council, Tim McCarthy's office, and we'd like to go on record in support.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McDonough from the City Council at Large, Steve Murphy's office, like to go on record in support. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Gary Webster, Office of City Council at Large, Michelle Wu. We'd also like to go on record in support.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Council, Michael Flaherty, like to go record in support.
Thank you. Anyone opposed to this proposal like to be heard? Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval with BRA design review.
Thank you. All those in favor of that? Aye. Opposed? Good luck with your house.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I see that there are some new faces in the room. Are there any applicants scheduled for 10:30 requesting a withdrawal or a deferral of their cases? No? Okay, so we will proceed. Calling BZC number VOA number 378951, 64 Thetford Ave, Ward 17. This is a request to change the occupancy from a 2 to a 3-family building. Violation is Article 65, and this would be a basement unit. Violation is Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking insufficient. Article 65, Section 8, the use is forbidden. It's a three-family and a 2-family zone. Article 65, Section 9, minimum lot size insufficient. FAR is excessive, and maximum number of stories is exceeded. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Hailu Waka, 64 Thetford Ave.
Okay, and you're looking to put another unit, another residential unit in your basement?
Yeah, I bought the house from a bank in January 2013, and it is a finished basement. Everything is ready, and so I had the previous owner used to live in that basement. So it has front entrance, back entrance, and everything is in a good shape. I'm planning to live in that basement, make it legalized.
How big are the ceilings, my friend?
It's above 8 feet.
How much? 10 feet?
Above 8.
Oh, 8, okay. Do you have any questions on the space proposed to be legalized?
Mr. Chairman, had this come before us originally, we never would have even considered it.
Okay.
The building boiler room, the mechanical room for the building is within the unit, as are the electrical. It's not clear how the emergency egress out of the bedrooms There are 3 bedrooms down there. Make a motion for denial. This project has no merit.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, I'm sorry, sir, your request has been denied because of where the boiler and the mechanicals are within the apartment space. We can't do that.
I am willing to relocate that.
Then you need to reapply with a new plan and also with a clear plan about emergency egress, okay?
They didn't told me that it has been denied before, so it wasn't.
You know, you gotta go to ISD. They should have called you on those things, but we can't approve it this way, okay?
So what's I supposed to do? I have to.
You need a new plan with the things I mentioned, egress and relocating all the mechanicals for the building, okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Calling BOA number 377541, 6 Brookside Ave, Ward 11. The applicant here for Brookside Ave.
Is he here?
Any clarification on?
I'm not clear with Office of Neighborhood Services. I remember that we request for referral. I'm going to oppose it based on the number of variances and no detail.
I'm just going to read it to the record. And this is a proposal to erect a 3-family dwelling.
You haven't seen it.
And there are a number of violations. Based on that testimony, I'm going to make a motion for denial without prejudice.
Second. Is this related to the Casa Nueva Vida, or is this his own property? Okay, all right. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Calling BOA number 378222, 16 to 18 Center Street, Ward 9. This is a request to change the occupancy to 10 apartments and 1 property management office. Violation of Article 9, Section 1, extension of non-conforming use and reconstruction and extension of non-conforming building. Article 50, Section 29, FAR excessive. Your name and address for the record, please.
Attorney Andrew Cara, 50 Rose Wharf, Boston, Massachusetts. With us is the property owner, Lucas Walsh, having an address of 112 Water Street, Boston, Mass. Also with us to my left is the project architect, Richard Bernstein, having an address at 988 Washington Street, Gloucester, Massachusetts.
Okay. What is the building now? 10 units or 11?
It's 10 apartments and a basement property management office. We're before you this morning to seek an expansion of the property management office to the other side of the basement.
Okay. Ms. Roger?
No, that was exactly what I wanted to know is...
Is that plans okay to have people working in this basement?
Drawings are adequate, Mr. Chairman.
Very good.
Separate means of egress, separate entrance.
What's the violation?
9-1 is an extension of a non-conforming use. It's also an increase in the FAR from 1.6 to 1.74.
Okay. Anyone want to be heard from on this hillside? Whose neighborhood is this?
Hawthorne Highland
Why don't we
neighborhoods.
take Daniel? Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Daniel Polanco on behalf of City Councilor Tito Jackson. I'd like to go on record in support. We met with Highland Park Neighborhood Coalition, letter of support on hand, and go on record in support. Thank you.
All right. Refuse.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Gary Webster, Office of City Council at Large, Michelle, would like to go on record of support.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McDonough from City Council at Large, Steve Murphy's office, like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Kyra Fox, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, would like to go on record in support. They met with the community and they feel it would be a great addition with the change.
All right, thank you. It's a pleasure of the board.
Motion for approval, BRA design review for any exterior work? No. No BRA design.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Calling BOA number 378895, 245 L Street, Ward 7. This is a request request for an existing detached garage. Violation is Article 59, Section 8. You'll just clarify it when you speak. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading Hillside. Okay.
I'd love to have a garage.
Okay, so we'll just skip and get to L Street. I'm jumping the gun. Are these two projects, 243 and 245, connected?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to come back to you if you're here for Hillside. Calling BOA number 378895, 245 L Street, Ward 7. This is a request for off-street parking of 2 vehicles. Violations are Article 17, Section 1, usable open space insufficient, and Article 23, Section 9, design off-street parking size. Also, BOA number 378888, 243 L Street, Ward 7. This is a request for 3 parking vehicles with to share a common driveway with 245. Violations again are the same as Article 17, Section 1, usable open space insufficient, and Article 23, Section 9, the design. Your name and address for the record, please.
245 L Street. My name is Mary Ellen McDonough, and I would like also to give you a letter from the owners of 243 L Street. They happen to be out of the country at the moment.
Okay, and so creating parking, correct?
Yes, we're looking for a curb cut.
Okay, and how many vehicles?
2 for each yard.
Okay. What does the plan look like technically, Mr. Bizzani, for parking?
Technically, it's possible. I think what it should do is that should this prevail, it should go to BTD, and BTD should rule on the number of spaces that are allowed.
Okay.
Is there parking on that side of the street?
There's parking, yes.
And it's a single driveway or is it a double driveway?
With an easement. We entered into an agreement with the easement. Single
And you're the
driveway.
only 2 people with access to that?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Eric?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Eric Prentice, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in strong support. We feel that getting 4+ cars off the street in exchange for 1 curb cut is a win for the community. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kristen Abbott on behalf of City Council President Bill Linehan. Echoing the sentiments of the Mayor's Office, we'd like to go on record in strong support.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McDonough, no relation to the applicant. We'd like to go on record in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of City Council Michael Flaherty, I'd like to go on record in strong support.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Gary Webster, Office of City Council at Large, Michelle Wu, would like to go on record of support.
Thank you. Anybody else to be heard on L Street? Okay, motion time.
Motion for approval with review by BTD to determine the number of spaces.
Second. Very good. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
And just for the record, State Rep Collins wrote in support of the project.
That's good. So you have to just go through BTD to make sure that they lay it out for you, okay? Thank you. You're all set.
Thank you very much.
Calling BOA number 358884, 23 R Hillside Street, Ward 10. This is a request for a detached garage. Violation is Article 59, Section 8, usable open space insufficient. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Bernard F. Shadray Jr., Shadray Novinovitz, 31 State Street, Boston, Mass. And I'm here today representing the 23 Hillside Street LLC. Jason Savage is the manager. And we have Anthony Mackey, who is the architect.
People can see this.
Counselor, excuse me, we do not have drawings.
You do not have?
We do not have drawings.
Okay. We will get them to you. And we have some right here. This is a...
Chaudhry, has this address been before us before? During, for any kind of appeals in the past?
Not by me.
No, but
this
is
is
there
the
anything
owner.
in the jacket?
There's no appeals.
There were no past
Not that
appeals
I'm
on this
aware of,
one?
anyway. And this is the owner, so...
Okay. Okay.
Not that we're aware of. A long time ago? Maybe years ago, prior
Okay,
to
thank
his
you.
ownership, but nothing recently, anyway.
No.
So this is a project that is been undertaken by Mr. Savage in order to renovate an existing structure. There is a 4-car garage at the rear of the property that has been existing since its inception. The violation is that the usable open space would be violated with the addition of the expansion of Hillside Street to take the existing units that are there and expand them and make them larger and better units. Originally, Mr. Savage decided to remove the 4-car garage in order to then supplant the usable open space. While in the process of renovating the property, he had various community meetings, and was going through the community meetings, mentioned that he was going to take down the 4-car garage. And people said, why? It's a good amenity. It gets people off of the street. It's one of the few in the neighborhood. And what he then attempted to do is he attempted to take and supplant the usable open space that was there with much more green space than existed. It was all pavement, basically. And so what happens is that if you add the roof decks, the patios that are being added, it amounts to an increase in the usable open space versus the diminution in the usable open space. And if you then adding the green space and taking the impervious surface and make it green space, it far exceeds the loss of the usable open space, but is not technically usable open space added to the property. So that we believe there's a de minimis loss of usable open space by keeping the 4-car garage. We have filed an amendment to the existing permit that originally was going to remove the garage, to keep the garage, which allowed in the violation for usable open space.
Can we take testimony? I think I understand now. This is pretty simple, isn't it?
It's pretty simple.
Yeah. Can you put the board down so the audience can see the board thinks? Who's first on this?
If I might, I've got some letters.
All right, go ahead.
Natalia Pena from the Office of Representative Jeffrey Sanchez. We'd like to go on record in support. We're also submitting a written letter of support.
All right. Shayna?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Shayna Aubert, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office would like to be heard on record in support. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Leila Fajardo, on behalf of City Councilor John Jacob, would like to go on record in support.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McDonough from City Councilor at Large Steve Murphy's office, like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Gary Webster, Officer City Council at Large, Michelle Wu, would like to go on record in support.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Council, Michael Flaherty, like to go on record in support.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Richard Rouse, Director of Mission Hill Main Streets. The Main Streets once being recorded in favor.
Very good. Anyone opposed to this idea?
Mr. Chaudhry, I have one question of you. So the proposed, the 3-story addition was as of right?
Correct.
And how many, what was the change in units in there?
There was no change in the number of units, it just expanded the units.
And how many bedrooms per unit?
4 bedrooms.
4 bedrooms a unit, and what did it increase from?
2 and 3 bedroom units.
Okay.
And what is the width of the driveway?
It's over 18. 18 feet.
So it sounds like the violation is due more to the addition than due to the garage.
It was originally the addition that took away the usable open space. Yes.
Let's move on this, please. Someone?
Move for approval.
Thank you. Is there a second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, you're all set now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Calling BOA number 378923, 273 Gold Street, Ward 7. This is a request to change the occupancy to a two-family dwelling, and it looks like you're adding an addition to it. I don't understand the purpose of this, so you will have to clarify, please, Mr. Sutphin, in your presentation. Violations, Article 14, Section 2, minimum lot area required for the additional dwelling unit is insufficient. Article 15, Section 1, FAR excessive. Article 17, Section 1, usable open space insufficient. Article 20, Section 1, rear yard insufficient. Article 23, off-street parking insufficient. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Niall Sutphin. For the record, my office is 197 8th Street in Charlestown, Mass. With me today is the owner of the property, Ms. Liz O'Shea. This building is currently number 273 Gold Street. It's a three-story single-family residence currently occupied by Ms. O'Shea. The proposal before the board is a complete renovation and a small addition to accommodate two duplex condominium units. Ms. O'Shea intends to remain and live in the lower unit number 1. The building will be completely renovated with a small addition on the left side of the building and the infill of and increasing the height of the building slightly by 2 feet to create a livable third floor addition.
We're not changing the unit count, right?
Yeah, yes, we are. It's currently a single family, and we're requesting a two. To a two. We have been through a community process, and we believe we have strong support by the community. The drawings you have in hand, dated 3/25/2014, are the record drawings before the board.
So unit number 1 is in the basement and the first floor.
Yes.
And unit number 2 is second and third floor.
That's correct.
What's the square footage for each unit?
Approximately, Ms. Arroyo, you see the summary there on the, although it's hard to read and I apologize, they're around 800 square feet per floor. So unit number 1 and 2 would be roughly around 1,500 square feet each.
There's no change in the footprint, right?
Yes, there is a minor change in the footprint on the left side rear of the building.
Ms. Hani, do you have any questions?
Drawings are adequate, Mr. Chairman.
So the master bedroom is in the basement.
Yes, that for unit number 1, yes.
Okay, Eric?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Eric Prentice, Mayor's Office, Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record and support. This project has had an on-site abutters meeting and presented to Cityside Neighborhood Association. Both times they left there with support. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Kristen Ab on behalf of City Council President Bill Linehan. We'd like to go on record and support. We do have a little bit of an issue that there's going to be an extra unit with no parking, but since, like Eric said, that they met with the abutters and they have city-side support, we are going on record and support.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Councilor Michael Flaherty. Although there is support for this project at this particular time, we cannot support it due to the fact that there is no one-to-one parking ratio, which the council has been working on.
Yeah. Anyone else on Gold Street? Favor, opposition? No? Time for us to make a motion.
Motion approved here at
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All set.
Thank you.
Calling 45 Marine Road, Ward 7, BOA number 38716. This is a request for a third-floor addition and to confirm the occupancy as a single-family dwelling. Violation is Article 18, Section 1, front yard insufficient, and Article 19, Section 2, side yard is insufficient. Your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Frederick Krohn, owner of the unit of the property on 45 Marine Road.
Addition, and we're confirming it as a single family. What is your house?
It's a single family, absolutely. I have the.
That's confirmation for me. Mr. Bizzani, how about you?
The drawings are adequate, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Who wants to be heard in favor of Marine Road?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Eric Prentice, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support. We had a small little snafu with community process, but we rectified that last week when Frederick and I spoke. He went out around his house and gathered some 20, 30 signatures, which I have for you in my office if you need them. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Kristen Abb on behalf of City Council President Bill Linehan. We have seen the petition of signatures and would like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Council, Michael Flaherty. I'd like to go on record in support.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McDonough from City Council at Large, Steve Murphy's office. We too would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Anyone else on Marine Road in favor or opposition? Okay. Oh, come on up. Name and address.
Francis McMahon, 47 Marine Road. We're next-door neighbors, and we are in favor of their petition.
Are you the next applicant?
Thanks for coming.
Are you the applicant who's on next?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval with BRA design review.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, you're all set.
Calling 47 Marine Road, Ward 7, BOA number 379236. This is a request to expand living space into the basement, add a roof, a dormer, and a head house, and a roof deck. Violation is Article 13, Section 1, side yard setback is insufficient. FAR is excessive. Article 9, Section 1, extension of non-conforming building. Existing side yard dimension is non-conforming. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Howard Speicher, 1 Boston Place in Boston. Francis and Philip McMahon. Mr. McMahon is with me here to my right, and our architect Pat Fisher is here to my left. They've lived at 47 Marine Road in South Boston for 35 years. It's an attached two-family home. It's a two-family on their side, and it's attached directly to the home next door. The home next door is at 49 Marine Road, and a couple of years ago was in here to do an addition. And the addition, when it was under construction, looked kind of like this. This is the McMahon's home, and the addition going up in the rear of 49 is right next door. And here's that completed addition. We're basically looking to, not exactly mirror it, but basically match the build-out.
Could you send those up here?
Sure. And I also have just about 70 or so letters of support from members of the neighborhood, including people right on the street and in the surrounding neighborhood that I'd like to give to the board. So the McMahons proposed to basically build out the rear of their two-family to expand the space in the existing home. They propose to continue living there and basically build out towards the rear. Now you'll notice in that photograph of the new building under construction and the new addition under construction and the completed one, there's a window facing where the McMahons would build out to. That proposal by Tom McCarthy, who lives next door, came before the board and was approved by the board without that window. And I have the plans here that were signed off by Mr. Pisani and approved. And I can send those up if you'd like. So this is the plan that was approved by the board. Mr. pointed out, that section is shown here without that window, and it's stamped that I believe Mr. Pisani signed off. And then after it was approved by the board without McMahon's being aware of it, and presumably without the board being aware of it, a window was added in during the design review process at the BRA. So they asked to add the window afterwards. It was not part of the public process. And my point in raising that is that that window is now a bone of contention between Mr. McCarthy next door and the McMahons in whether this gets approved. So
Can I see that drawing, please, also? That has the BRA stamp on it?
that has the BRA stamp and it has the window, and that's what the one you have is the one you saw.
Thank you.
Okay, and is there a roof deck on this one?
There is a roof deck in this plan as well.
Okay, and how large is it?
It's 15 feet by 28 feet.
And is there a head house?
Yes.
Or a hatch?
No, it's a head house.
And what is the extension into the basement?
It's existing, there's an existing basement now. We're simply adding one corner. If you have these plans, Plan A2, you see the hatch. There's a small addition at the basement where it's hatched to just square off the floor plan. But it's an existing occupiable basement now.
Sounds like a nice project to me. Any other questions? What's up? Yeah. Who wants to be heard? Eric?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Eric Prentice, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in supporting McMahon's being able to renovate their home. We would also like to include the proviso of BRA design review. I think, take a closer look at the roof deck and scale with the other ones around the area to see if it's in similar size and scope. Also comes to the point of the window, and I will leave that up to the board. That's kind of a slippery slope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Kristen Abbott, on behalf of City Council President Bill Linehan. We'd like to go on record in support of this project. We understand that there has been some opposition to the window. We will also be leaving that up to the board on whether or not the board had seen the window originally. But the rest of the project on its merits, we would like to support. And the letters of support we got in for this project, probably the most we've ever gotten for any project in South Boston. Thank you.
Very good. Tom?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McDonough from City Council at Large, Steve Murphy's office. I'd like to echo the remarks of the District Council's office, and like to commend the applicant on his outreach to the community, and would like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda Cupstis. I live at 1306 Columbia Road. I'm in favor of this project.
Thank you.
Chairman, my name is Kathleen Provenzano. I live on Marine Road, and I'm in favor of this project.
My name is Marie Cron. I'm the next door neighbor, and we fully support the McMahon's project.
Thank you. Niles?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Niles Sutphin. I am the architect for the adjacent unit located at 49 Marine Road. I think you've seen the photographs of the building. That renovation at 49 Marine Road is in fact completed and was recently signed off by Inspectional Services. With the board's permission, I'd like to hand out the compendium of information why this board should not approve this project at this time. I can remember 2 years ago when this project came before the board, we went through a very thorough, very contentious meeting process with the neighborhood, but primarily with the McMahons. The net result of that neighborhood review and personal review with the McMahons was that we went back and eliminated most of the really sort of nice things that my client, Mr. and Mrs. McCarthy, were requesting. That is, a very large roof deck, head house accessing the roof deck, and so forth. The McMahons, by the way, issued a letter on June 2nd of this year to the neighborhood, and I won't read it to you, but it just simply says that their proposal mirrors the attached house next door at 49 Marine Road. The plans before you, and by the way, we're not even sure we've even seen those plans, do not in fact mirror what was built at 49 Marine Road. Number one, there's a very large head house in their proposal. There is none at 49. A very large roof deck is being proposed. We don't have one. There's a very large second floor roof deck. Again, ours was reduced as part of the neighborhood negotiation. There are 2 more bedrooms, and the project as currently proposed, we believe, is about 400 square foot larger than our original project that was completed at 49 Marine Road. So in no way could, I'm just appalled at the claim being made here that this is a mere...
Beyond that, on its own merit, Niles, what should we, why should we...
We're asking the board to defer this project so that further meetings could take place. By the way, I do have 148 letters from surrounding abutters and South Boston residents who object to this project.
All right, thank you.
I live across the street. I'm at 48 Marine Road, and I oppose the project on the basis of the head house. It's too large, and I'm directly affected. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
If I might just add, we had a meeting on August 23rd at the site with hundreds of neighbors invited. About 30 showed up, and there was overwhelming support with the exception of somebody who was there from Mr. McCarthy. And I would add that I've been talking to Mr. McCarthy, trying to work this out for the last week, and I intend to continue talking to him.
Sir, your name and address?
I'm Tom McCarthy. I'm the owner of 49 Marine Road. I'm opposed to the project for several different reasons.
Okay.
And just for the record, Senator Dorsina Fori has written in support. Oh, I'm not done yet.
Name and address.
My name's Peter Cardinale. I live at 1556 Columbia Road, and I oppose the project. And my main opposition to this is the blocking of the window on the 3rd level.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judy McCarthy, 49 Marine Road. I am completely opposed to this project as we were kept in the dark as to the whole planning of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Robert Cox. I live at 707 East 7th Street, and the only part of the project I'm opposed to is the window as well.
Okay, thank you.
Is the window on the property line?
Yes, it is.
Essentially, I'm going to make a motion for approval of the addition to make, and with BRA design review to ensure that it is complementary to the existing construction at the adjacent property. 2, approval for the extension of the cellar space. 3, denial of the head house and the roof deck.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. There is. All those in favor of it? Aye. Are there any opposed to it?
Opposed.
I'm going to vote with the motion. So
I'm sorry, what was the...
It prevails, and you'll be, the provisos, Mr. Rajo included, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, I need a break, too. Do we have one more for... We have 2 more, but we need a break. We're going to adjourn for about 5 minutes while they change the tape, okay? Thank you. Buddy, we're going to get back in swing here, or not quite swing, we're still on the 930s.
Calling BOA number 376433, 246 to 248 West Broadway, Ward 6. This is a request to demolish the existing building and construct a new eight-family to retail use building. Violations are Article, Mr. Morency, you're going ahead with this?
Yes, Ms. Roger.
Okay, violations are Article 57, Section 9. Excuse me, you guys in the back, can you please stop that conversation? Thank you. Article 57, Section 9, lot area for the additional dwelling units insufficient. FAR, height 3 stories and 35 feet are both excessive. Usable open space, front yard, rear yard, side yard, all insufficient. And Article 57, Section 26, off-street parking requirement is insufficient. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 416 West Broadway in South Boston. Mr. Chairman, this is an application to demolish an existing 2.5-story, 30-foot building and replace it with a new building that would be 5 stories, 47 feet 6 inches. The existing building has 5 units. Those units are residential units which contain 8 bedrooms as well as ground floor commercial space. This was an auto body parts store on the ground floor. The site does not allow for any accessory off-street parking. The proposed 8 units for the redevelopment would all be 1-bedroom units, the result being that there would be no net increase in the number of bedrooms. 8 bedrooms existing, 8 bedrooms in the proposed building. The building, as proposed, is consistent with a lot of the new mixed-use and residential development on West Broadway in South Boston. The building to the immediate left of the project site rises to a height of 41 feet. The building to the right of the project site rises to a height of 59 feet 2 inches. This is the third iteration of these plans. The handouts that I submitted to the board and the roll plans that I submitted to the architect member of the board depict revised elevations and a revised top floor plan penthouse unit, which is a single unit at the top floor. That single unit has been the subject of concern with some of the abutters. There have been 2 redesigns. The redesign that is before the board today was achieved just recently in response to the concerns of one abutter in particular. This penthouse unit, top floor unit, has been positioned in now 3 different areas on the rooftop and trying to address the concerns of the abutter. The abutter is represented by counsel today, and I have spoken with Attorney Orlacchio, who had requested that we requested deferral in this matter. It was my response to Attorney Orlacchio that I'm confident that working with the BRA and design review and working directly with his client, who is an attorney himself, we will be able to arrive at a solution whereby any impacts on the abutter who's concerned about this top floor level would be mitigated or eliminated. Certainly my clients don't want to face a judicial appeal in this matter. With that, I'll pause and take any questions that any members may have.
Mr. Morency, I have 2 questions. How large are each? What is the unit size?
The units range from 1,200 to 1,300 square feet, Ms. Arajo. They're sizable 1-bedroom units.
And so, what is the height of this building?
This building is 47 feet 6 inches, and again, this is on West Broadway in South Boston.
And so you said one abutter was at 41 and the other abutter was at 59.
Yes, on page A21 of the handouts to the board, the front elevation, you'll see that the building on the left rises at the top of the parapet to 41 feet. Building to the left is at 59. I'm sorry, the building to the left is 41 feet. The building to the right is at 59 feet 2 inches.
All right, Eric.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Eric Prentice, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support of this project. We had an on-site abutters meetings where the abutters from Athens Street brought up an issue where, since the initial proposal had the building set back more towards Athens Street with the setback on Broadway, that would affect their day-to-day life a little more than if it was pushed all the way up towards Broadway and gave the almost missing tooth on the back end of the building. The developers have agreed to do that in the plans that you have in front of you. Those should show that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Kristen Abbott on behalf of City Council President Bill Linehan. Normally, under certain circumstances, we would oppose this project due to the fact that it's 8 units with no parking whatsoever. However, we do feel this is an extreme circumstance that we will be going on record in support. After meeting on site with the abutters and the Neighborhood Civic Association, we feel that in this case that the benefits of the project and the concessions that were made definitely outweigh the fact that there's a con with the no parking. So we'd like to go on record in support.
Okay.
Chairman, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Council, Michael Flaherty. I would echo the exact sentiments of City Council Bill Linehan's office and go on record in support.
Okay. You speaking on this, sir?
Opposition?
Sure, bring it up.
My name is Gary Orlacchio, and I represent Peter Russell, who lives right next door to this building, top floor, unit number 4. My address for my office is the Seaport Center, and I also happen to live on 437 D Street, so I'm very familiar with the parking problems in South Boston. If I just heard correctly, we're turning 5 units into 8, so we're bringing 4 or 5 more cars into the neighborhood. I shop at Foodies, 3 less spaces. In addition, this proposed variance, the variance is, because there's 9 violations, impacts my client directly: sunlight, sight lines, blocks light into his windows, and the height of the building overshadows the roof deck that my client lives in. I've heard from 3 of the 4 other owners in the building who are all opposed to the height of this building. And let's be clear that this is the developer asking for the variance, not the owner. This building has not been sold. It is going to be sold if this is approved. So we have people who live in a neighborhood who are residents owning the units, and then we have a developer who wants to come in. Brother Council says maybe we can work these differences out, but if that top floor doesn't go on that building, I doubt they can make enough money to make this project work. My client, Peter Russell, strenuously objects to this and asks you not to approve it, at the very least to defer it. We just got the plans emailed this morning to me on my phone, the ones you have in front of you. So it's really kind of not fair, and it's not, I don't think it gives my client due process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Grossberg. I own a piece of property at 246, 248 West Broadway. I would just want to thank the board here for listening. I think the developers have drawn up some beautiful plans to make this old building that's been in my family for over 75 years into a beautiful development. I have taken videos of parking situations in front of the building. They're available to you. There's plenty of spaces on West Broadway. Foodies opens around 8 o'clock, and where a few businesses are, people leave. There's plenty of parking. Well, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just point out for the record that these are, again, 8 one-bedroom units. The current 5 units also have 8 bedrooms.
So we're going from 8 bedrooms to 8 bedrooms, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Motion for approval with the BRA design review.
Second. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. You're all set, Mr. Moranci, thank you.
Calling 767 to 769 East 5th Street, 4 and 6. BOA number 379214. This is a request to extend living space into the basement.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Eric Prentice, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I am representing the owner of this project, Julie Attridge, who had to go on a business trip in requesting a deferral, preferably a quick one, because this process for her has lasted quite a few years. This initially happened when she hired a contractor to come in and make livable, usable space in her basement. He didn't file the proper permits. She paid him, he didn't finish the job, and then she got hit with a violation. So this is kind of cumulating towards the end of the process for her, and I'd like to get it as, concluded as fast as possible.
Right, there's a request for deferral. Is there a motion to accept that? So moved. All those in favor of deferral? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so date do we
Is
have?
she done with her community process?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to squeeze her in on October 21st at 11:30.
Thank you so much.
Any of the applicants scheduled for 10:30 requesting a withdrawal or a deferral of their cases? Any 10:30s requesting a withdrawal or deferral? Any applicants scheduled for 11:30 requesting a withdrawal or a deferral of their cases? Mr. Sutphin, the address, please. Is this for 11:30? What's the address? Okay, calling 609 East 4th Street, Ward 6, BZC number 33399. This is a request to erect a 4-story building for 31 residential units. Your name and address for the record, please.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Niall Sutphin. My address is 197 8th Street in Charlestown, Mass. I'm the architect for the project. The reason for the deferral is that this is a project which was withdrawn by the administration at the request of the administration several months ago. We were set to appear before the VRA Board of Directors and to receive their approval, and a day or so before that occurred, the project was simply withdrawn. So we have really no...
So you're requesting a deferral because process is not complete?
The process is not completed.
Motion for deferral, please. So moved. And all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
We're going to see you on January 20th at 12:30.
January 20th. Thank you.
Okay? Any other applicants requesting a withdrawal or a deferral of their cases? Okay. Calling 53 Chandler Street, Ward 5. BOA number 376805. This is a request for construction of a new deck. Violation is Article 64, Section 34, restricted roof structure regulations. Your name and address for the record, please.
Michael Manti, 53 Chandler Street, number 5. I'm the owner. Dan Kasmarek, Act 2 Architects. I'm the project architect.
Okay, have you seen this deck proposed, Mr. Pisani?
I have, Mr. Chairman, drawings were adequate.
Thank you. Anyone want to be heard on Chandler Street? Jordan?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Jordan Deasy from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to go on record in support. They have support letters from the direct abutters, and anybody that is visually affected by the roof deck is also in support of it, so we're confident supporting them.
We have
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McDonough from City Council at Large, Steve Murphy's office, like to go on record in support.
the last 2 pages in the document that you have in front of you represent a request for a 3-foot expansion to the width of the head house. The current head house width is 7 feet.
Is that part of the plans were filed with ISD for the variance?
They were not.
Then we can't accept it.
I contacted someone at ISD and, mentioned that we were looking to request the 3-foot expansion.
I'm not sure we can, if that wasn't part of the public process.
On the decks, I'm going to make a motion for approval.
Thank you.
Because this is in a design review district?
I don't know.
Yeah, we,
Yeah, so it's approval.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Actually, the rear would come under design review because it doesn't come under, the rear of the house doesn't come under jurisdiction of the South
Okay,
Evergreen
so
Lots.
it's
With design
it's with
review.
design review. Let the record reflect. Thank you.
Mr. Rajo, clarification, does that include the 3-foot addition to the head
No,
house?
no.
Okay, so for clarification, we have approved the deck, but not the 3-foot addition to the head house.
Right. Because if it's as of right, it's as of right, otherwise you can see them. Calling,
would the BRA, so we're not approved for the 3-foot extension?
right, you're approved for your decks.
Can't approve anything that's not already in the part of the application.
So if we wanted that, we'd have to go back to ISD.
Unfortunately.
Would we just addendum the permit and issue them the drawings that they needed?
You'll have to
Ask
figure that
ISD.
out.
Okay.
Okay?
We're not your consultants.
Thank you.
Calling 11 Concord Square, Ward 4, BOA number 38728. This is a request to add 3 floors of decks. Violation is Article 64, Section 9, townhouse, row house extension into the rear yard. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, it's Ronald Mastrocola, P.O. Box 560159 in West Medford.
So 3 levels of deck in your rear yard.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep. Mr. Bizzani, have you had a chance to look at this?
I have. This is a series of decks that are all post-supported rather than cantilever and bracket supported. As you know, this board has not approved one of those for 14 to 15 years.
There's one deck that currently exists at the rear of the property that was done in 1997 by permit. The original permit then was to allow decks to be constructed from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors of the structure. At the time, the only deck that was done was on the 2nd level. The posts that were there were designed to support additional decks at the other levels of the structure. The posts currently extend beyond the 2nd level, and we're asking that we just continue to utilize those posts and construct the decks on the other levels. It's been engineered, so the footings that are in place can support the additional decks that we're seeking to develop.
And Mr. Bizzani?
I understand that, but the reality is you're 18 years too late.
Mr. Bizzani, also the BRA's proviso is that the decks extend no more than 6 feet from the building.
That's correct.
And they're more than that now, the existing ones, or proposed? Okay. All right, Jordan?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Jordan DC, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, would like to, at the very least, request a deferral on this. There's been a lack of community process. I wasn't able to communicate that with the proponent before the hearing. If not, then we would oppose it.
Okay. Sir? Ed?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Bernard Cohen. I reside at 9 Concord Square, which is next door to the building in question here. As the gentleman just said, construction of 3 new decks would make a total of 4 on the back of that building. There are no buildings on 9 Concord Square that have 4 decks off the back. There are 2 that have, at least on our side of Concord Square, there are 2 that have 3 decks off the back, but the majority have no decks. So I'm concerned about noise, I'm concerned about scale. I'm also concerned that the first I learned about this matter was receiving a postcard from the Board of Appeals. So thank you, I'm opposed.
All right, Daniel?
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Daniel Polanco, on behalf of Boston City Councilor Tito Jackson, I'd like to echo Office of Neighborhood Services with request of deferral as well. Thank you.
Okay. Unless there's a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion, in fact, for denial without prejudice. And the reason being that this project requires a total redo. And a denial without prejudice means you can just jump right back in, meet with your neighbors, and take a look at what it is that has been approved, What this board and the BRA will approve are 6-foot decks that are cantilevered or bracket supported.
All right. Seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, calling 109 St. Stephen's Street, Ward 4. This is VOA number 382524. This is a request to legalize an additional existing basement, unit number 25. For a total of 25 apartments. These violations, Article 66, Section 8, the use as a basement dwelling is forbidden. Your name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for having me. For the record, my name is Robert Allen. I have a law practice at 300 Washington Street in Brookline Village, here representing SYNH LLC. With me is Nalin Mistry, the architect. Your address?
Yeah, 315 Main Street, Reading, Massachusetts.
Closing, Councilor.
And Mr. Chairman, what's being proposed here is actually, ISD had this listed as 25 units. We went in to do some work. There were 2 pre-existing basement units in this dwelling. As far as we can tell, it predated the current owner. As far as we can tell, both basement units have been rented out for at least over 50 years, maybe 70 years, the way it indicates. However, to be consistent with the 25 units, the 2 basement units, when added in, made 26 altogether. What we did is we merged 2 units in the 3rd floor, so now ISD records of 25 units are correct. We thought because they were pre-existing, non-conforming in the basement, it wasn't an issue. We were still cited to come here before you. We've talked with members of BRA. Their issue was relative to some for rent signs. They didn't want to see them in the front of the building, which we will remove. We talked to the neighborhood association. They wanted to have a site visit. We leafleted the entire neighborhood, had a site visit. Nobody came to it. We haven't heard any opposition to it, and we're just looking to renovate a pre-existing unit, really.
Could you give us the floor-to-ceiling height?
It's at 7.6 minimum.
That's what it is now.
Correct, sir.
And that's clear of soil pipes or anything else?
The pipes, currently the total basement units are sprinklered, and it meets all the code requirements for the sprinkler concerns.
And 25B,
yes,
there's a room called storage, and next to it utility. What is that?
it is, that one was below the ceiling height was a little lower, but that's still our 7'3" in that area.
What I'm asking is,
What is that?
what exactly is the use
It's a storage because there was no windows or anything else to be occupied for the
utilities, is that for the whole building?
no. It's not utility. The existing, the gas meters and the water, they comes into the utility room. That's for the whole building, yes.
In the utility room, not the boiler room. The boiler room is off the public corridor.
Correct.
The utility room is part of unit 25B, is that correct?
That one has a water meter, and that's a meter, correct, for the building.
My concern with this, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, is that, again, while this may be existing, it would not be allowed today. That is, we would not allow you to have building utilities within a unit.
Understood.
Okay.
I didn't understand your answer to Mr. Pizzani's other question. When you said 7'6", was that to the lowest mechanical finished ceiling?
The lowest.
There's not, other than that 7'3" part that you were talking about in the utility room, the rest of the unit is 7'6".
The rest of the units is all 7'6", the entire unit, yes.
Okay, great. Any other questions?
And the square footage of those units in the basement?
The sprinkler, you said?
The square footage.
Square footage, total square footage of that is 856 square feet.
Each unit?
This is this particular unit in question.
Which is the other unit?
The other unit is 1,270 units.
Okay. 200 square feet.
Square feet, yeah.
Anyone want to be heard on St. Stephen's Street?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jana Auberg, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office would like to be heard on record in opposition of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Daniel Polanco, on behalf of Boston City Councilor Tito Jackson, would like to echo Office of Neighborhood Services go on record in opposition.
Okay.
Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion for denial.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Calling 96 to 120 Beverly Street, Ward 3. This is a request to change the occupancy to a sit-down restaurant with takeout use number 36A. Violation is Article 49, Section 9, Central Artery of Bullfinch Triangle Regulations. This use is forbidden in Parcel 1. Your name and address for the record, please.
Christine McMahon, 40 Bartlett Street, Charlestown.
Dan Van Steenberg, 110 Beverly.
Okay. Takeout. Is this all takeout? Is that what we're looking at?
Yes.
Takeout license?
It's for the 36A.
Who's operating the restaurant?
What's that?
Who's the operator?
Jimmy John's.
I'm the operator.
Okay. You had a takeout license before in the city?
Yes, sir.
Where?
413 D Street.
So you know what the rules and regs are around takeout, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Anyone want to be heard in favor of this matter? Nicole?
Nicole Leo, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support today. Jimmy John's is slated to meet with the Downtown North Association on September 30th and the West End Civic Association on October 2nd.
Okay.
Thanks.
Judy?
City Council staff, I'd like to use this opposition to go on record in support as Administrative No Opposition.
Okay. Tom?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McDonough from City Councilor at Large Steve Murphy's office, would like to go on record in support. Thanks.
All right, anyone else to be heard on this matter? And?
Motion for approval
There you
with
go. Is there a second?
the usual takeout language to this petitioner only and design review.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, you're all set. Good luck with it. Thank you.
Calling 81 to 83 Atlantic Ave, Ward 3.
No, I just talked to all you'd say.
This is BOA number 378405. This is a request to construct a new one-story addition to the existing market. Violations of Article 32, Section 4, G-Card applicability. Article 54, Section 9, market use is forbidden. Article 54, Section 10, FAR excessive. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, William Ferrullo, attorney for the applicant with the law offices McDermott, Quilty, and Miller, 131 Oliver Street. To my left is Stephen DeAngelis, who's the operator of Golden Goose Market, and to my right is Jeffrey Pond, who's the architect.
Okay. So in addition, is
Yes,
going-
we have a proposal to add to the existing full-service market that's located in the North End Waterfront District. It's been there for more than 30 years within the building that faces both Atlantic Ave on one side, Commercial Street on the other side. The market's expanded on a couple of occasions within the building, but there's limited space for that. It's grown more popular. It's the only full-service market, both in the North End and the waterfront.
Where are you expanding? Are you?
This is what I would refer to as a space or alleyway between two buildings. The buildings have been in ownership. They're in two separate trusts, but it's the same individuals involved in those. We lease the current space, and we have a proposal for the lease of the existing space. Currently, there are some tables and chairs that there's an elderly housing building across the street, one that's not too far away, and the market operator puts out tables and chairs where people sit sometimes to talk and have a cup of coffee, etc. It's going in that area.
So What's the variance you're looking for, Counselor?
The variance here is strangely, the zoning district is a line that goes directly between these two buildings, meaning that the market where it is now is an allowed use, but across the line that we're crossing, it's a forbidden use because it's a multifamily residential area.
All right, I understand. And you need G-card relief, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And so is the neighborhood okay with what you want to do?
Yes, we've met with the neighborhood, they're fully supportive, it's about 1,600 square feet of extra space.
Before we go to Mr. Laffer, any questions from the board on this? Okay, Elliot?
Elliot Laffer, Boston Groundwater Trust, speaking strictly on the groundwater issue. This is North End, so the G-card requirement's a little bit different. They don't have a recharge requirement, don't need a letter from Water and Sewer. Do need a certification letter from their engineer, stamped by an engineer that shows that there be no harm. We've had a little back and forth discussion about that letter, and it isn't nailed down yet, but the proponent has made enough commitments that I think if we would treat this similarly as when we don't have the water and sewer letter and ask you to hold signature until we have that letter, and we'll let you know if the letter meets the requirements. Since it's not a water and sewer, we'll get back to the board.
Okay. All right. Anybody else want to be heard on the variance piece? Nicole?
Nicole Leo, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has been to both community groups, so we'd like to go on record in support today.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Gary Webster, Office City Council at Large, Michelle Wu, would like to go on record of support.
Juliana City Council, Sal Martinez,
Okay. Anybody else? All right. What's the pleasure of the board on both matters?
Motion for approval, BRA design review, and will hold signature pending receipt of letter.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Calling 260 Franklin Street, Ward 3. This is BOA number 397478. This is a request to change the name and use from a restaurant to a restaurant for takeout, to include removal of the petitioner only from the prior proviso. This was BZC number 23252. Violation is Article 6, Section 4, other protectional conditions, BOA proviso to this petitioner only, and Article 8, Section 3, conditional use. This is conditional in the B10 district. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ludi Garcia. I reside at 219 Rosendale Avenue, Rosendale, Massachusetts.
All right, and you're the operator of this?
Yes, I am.
Have you taken it over yet?
Yes, I have.
All right. So you've been operating it with a takeout license, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's been there like, what, 15, 20 years?
No.
Well, so
Not
they
you,
took over?
the cafe.
No, it's
That's what I'm here for.
7, 8.
7 or 8, okay.
And what's, I'm sorry, did you say what the name of your restaurant
Oliver
is?
Street Cafe.
Oliver
Oliver
Street.
Street Cafe. Sorry.
Oliver Street, oddly enough. All right, do you understand the provisions of the code regarding takeout license and trash and delivery?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
What?
No, I don't.
No, wrong answer.
Yes.
The regulations that come with a takeout license regarding trash, deliveries,
Yes.
road-proof containers, you've already been operating for how long? How long have you been doing this?
6 months.
Okay. Well, you'll be apprised of it if you're not 100% already. Who wants to be heard on this matter downtown? Denny Chen? Maybe? No? Favor or opposition? I'm just looking for some help.
The neighborhood of, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to go on record support this time.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion for approval, BRA design review to this petitioner only, and the usual takeout language. So when you talk to the BRA, make sure you get that takeout language so you understand
Yes.
it.
I'll second that, Mr. Raju, with a proviso that we do not have drawings. So submit a drawing of the existing space.
We need this on review.
I will.
Yeah, we need a drawing.
I also concur with what the chairman said. Don't wait to be apprised, find out what all the regulations are about takeout.
After the work with them, make sure that it's,
Yeah. All right, you're all set, sir. Thank you. We voted, right?
Calling 290...
Wait. All those in favor of this? Aye. Okay, we voted. Thank you.
Calling 296 State Street, Ward 3. This is BOA number 398851. This is a request to construct a second floor addition and roof deck at Tiers on the waterfront. Violation is Article 42, Section 42A, Section 13. FAR excessive. Article 42A, Section 17. Rooftop additions are conditional. And Article 42A, Section 18, the restaurant use is conditional. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, William Ferrolo, McDermott, Quilty Miller, 131 Oliver Street, on behalf of the applicant. To my right is Karen McNellis, who's with Tia's Waterfront Restaurant LLC, operator of the restaurant in question. To my left is Lyndon Neshampkin and Abby Bork with Neshampkin French Architects. We are here before you today with a proposal having to do with what is the Marriott Long Wharf Hotel and the restaurant that's been located since the wharf was built on the ground floor, the northern side of the building facing Christopher Columbus Park. That restaurant is Tia's, and as mentioned, has been there for more than 30 years. We are proposing an expansion of the restaurant in light of a number of factors. One is, needless to say, in the past 30 years, the park has come to life with the Rose Kennedy Greenway, what now is the Harbor Island Visitor Center, the new carousel, and is now the entry point from the Quincy Market large visitor area into the waterfront and the Harbor Islands. We are proposing to put a seasonal rooftop dining area on the existing one-story structure that sits on the side of the building, which you will see in these plans. The structure is seasonal in that it's open. We have, as a result of meeting with various neighborhood groups, condominium associations, et cetera, have also proposed a retractable roof that can be used both in terms of shading and to assist with some noise issues that have been raised. We have, in fact, met with and worked with the Friends of the Christopher Columbus Park. We have worked with the Wharf District Council group, and most importantly, with the Commercial Wharf East Condominium Association, which is across the harbor inlet from this space. In doing that, we have engaged Kavanaugh, Taki, the sound consultants, to work with us on the design, which we have also worked with the Parks Department and the BRA on the issue of design. We are proposing that the railing include glass partitions as a noise reduction methodology.
Who are you concerned about? Who's concerned about the noise if it's, the restaurant now has open air seating?
Well, we're also dealing with that as well. Actually, the condo association that is across the water inlet behind what would be Joe's American Bar and Grill is Commercial Wharf East. Sound travels across the water. We're sensitive to that. What we have made a commitment on is not only to have the sound consultant address the addition that we're proposing, but also to address the lower level that has been in place for a number of years to address that.
Also, I'm just curious, this looks in the plan, if I remember the layout of the building, this is going to be actually off the other restaurant bar, right? Isn't where the deck is, if you look into the building, isn't that where the other restaurant is? Is the Marriott?
The Marriott restaurant used to be on the second floor rear.
Second floor rear.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is the only thing on this side of the building.
Right.
And I don't even know if that restaurant is fully open anymore. I think they only use a limited basis.
All right, you have any questions on this, Mr. Bizzani?
No, it's a beautiful
Anyone else
project.
have questions?
But on the drawing there, there's access, stair access in the front.
Yeah, so there's one stair access off of Atlantic Ave, and then the other is at the back by the water.
Those
so one at
exit,
each
or is that the way in?
Is that through the
The
hotel?
primary entrance up to the roof deck would be from Atlantic, yeah.
And you also have handicap accessibility
Yeah, we're providing an elevator inside up to the second level.
with the appropriate bathrooms.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the Parks Department's suggestion was to put the staircase facing the greenway to make it invitation-friendly towards coming to that area.
Who wants to be heard on this matter? Mary, along whatever the address is. Nicole?
Nicole Leo, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support today. The applicant has met with the WAF District Council. They have also met with the residents and the Board of Commercial WAF East. We know that there are issues with noise mitigation, and we're confident that the applicant will address them.
Okay, thank you. Judy?
Dear Ms. Stella Martinez, office would like to go on record in support of the proviso. In the future, they report to East North End Neighborhood Council as well, as a courtesy.
Okay, thank you. Tom?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McDonough from City Councilor at Large, Steve Murphy's office. We'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Gary Webster, Office of City Councilor at Large, Michelle Wu, would like to go on record of support.
Chris?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Chris Shannon, Boston District Councilor Carpenters, we're in favor of the project as well.
Thank you. Anyone else? If you want to be heard on this, stand up and come forward. Name and address, please.
My name is Ford Cavallari, 50 Battery Street, Boston. I'm also the Vice President of the North End Waterfront Residents Association, and I just want to make sure that everyone on the Board of Appeals has a copy of the joint letter that the North End Waterfront Neighborhood Council and the North End Waterfront Residents Association authored, asking that this vote be deferred. The reason why we're making that request is because although the TIA's folks and the project has gone before the Wharf District Council, which is representative of the Wharf District area, most of the noise that emanates from TIA's, as you know from the configuration of the buildings, emanates into the north end. And our residents are only 365 feet away from TIA's, not within the 300-foot zone that the ONS process at abutters meetings requires people to be informed in. So there hasn't really been an abutters meeting that has included any of the North End residents that are going to be affected by this rather large change to TIA's. So we would ask that you folks strongly consider not voting on this until such time as TIA's has been able to come to the two North End groups, which we're happy to do in a very expedited fashion, so that our residents can have some input into the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion for approval of this project.
Second. Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Calling 9 Sullivan Street, Ward 2. This is BOA number 384392. This is a request to add a third level, and at a third level, construct a roof deck and extend living space into the basement. Violation is Article 62, Section 25, roof structure restrictions, and Article 62, Section 8, side yard insufficient. Your name and address for the record, please.
William Pizzoro, 38 Austin Street, Charlestown.
My name's Tim Sheehan. I'm the designer. I'm at 9 Wall Street in Charlestown.
What are you building or adding?
We're proposing to remove the gabled roof and put a flat roof on as sort of what's up existing on the street. And we're also finishing some uninhabitable space in the basement. We're going to put a bedroom, a family room, and a basement, and uninhabitable space in the basement right now.
Okay, great. How does that sound to you, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate. Tim, floor to ceiling height?
We've got 8 feet down there, existing.
Okay.
Right? Who else wants to be heard on this?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Tom McKay, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this project. They've done a good job of reaching out to their neighbors. We held a community meeting about 2 weeks ago. And the removal of the roof and the addition of the flat roof will bring it in line with the rest of the houses on the street. Thank you.
Anybody else on this matter? Not, motion.
Motion for approval, BRA design review.
And Mr. Pisani, the BRA has also suggested a couple of additional provisos. That's no building code relief be granted and no zoning relief for a change of occupancy.
Correct. I'll incorporate that in. Thank you.
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys. Just for the record, all those in favor of the last motion? Aye. Any opposed to it? Sorry. I take these long days, but it's only good time.
Calling 285 Sumner Street, Ward 1. This is BOA number 378477. This is a request to change legal occupancy from a 1 to a 3-family dwelling. Violation is Article 9, Section 1, reconstruction and extension of non-conforming building. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient lot area for the additional number of dwelling units. Floor area excessive, insufficient side yard, insufficient open space per unit. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Richard Lins, 1216 Bennington Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. With me is Patrick Butler, the owner of the property. As the secretary indicated, this is a proposal to change use and occupancy from a single to a 3-family dwelling. As the photos will depict, this property is in desperate need of some attention. Many of the homes along this street are 3-family dwellings. This would be the exception to the rule. The proposal would be to renovate and add an addition that would make it more consistent with the size and density of surrounding buildings. This matter was presented to the Jeffreys Point Neighborhood Association, for which it received overwhelming support because of the substantial investment that will be made. This will be intended as a condominium project, another feature that the community was very much in favor of. I'd be happy to answer any questions of the board.
Mr. Lins, my usual question about parking. This is going from a 1 to a 3. What's required and what are you proposing?
So the required parking would actually be 2 additional spaces on Article 53. The existing single family would be grandfathered for parking, so only 2 additional spaces would be required under the code. We're proposing none based upon the size of this lot. It would be practically impossible to get parking onto this lot in any way. If we were to propose a garage under the building, that's a design feature that I think time and time again the BRA has said they're not happy with. And we've raised this issue with the neighborhood specifically, and the neighborhood did not have a serious objection to the fact that there was not additional parking.
And how large are each of the units?
They vary in size. I've provided the size of the units in the packet that I passed out. Unit 1 would be a 3-bedroom, about 1,500 square feet. Unit 2 is a smaller, about 780 square feet, and Unit 3 would be a 2-bedroom, about 1,000 square feet.
And the building will be sprinklered?
That is correct.
Okay, any other questions? Anyone be heard in favor of Sumner Street?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Julianne Doherty, on behalf of Corinne Battaglia, I'd like to go on record of support of this application.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I'm just curious, I'm looking at Unit 2 and Unit 3, and I must be missing something because the footprints look pretty similar, but there's 200 square foot difference. They both look like that's fair enough.
Yeah, I'm going based upon what the plan shows. The architect is calling out about 780.
It's not material, it's
just a lawyer, not the architect. I apologize.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Hey. Motion for approval, BRA design.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, all set.
Calling 4 Crystal Place, Ward 2. This is BOA number 375229. This is a request to construct a new third-floor addition into the existing rear L and new roof decks. Also, a shielded exterior stairway will be built. Violations, Article 62, Section 25, roof structure restrictions. Article 62, Section 8, rear yard is insufficient. Your name and address for the record, please.
Stephen Delanian, 4 Crystal Place, Charlestown.
Tim Sheehan, 9 Wall Street, building designer again.
All right, what do you have for plans, Ms. Zani, to tell us?
Drawings are adequate, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. You're in favor of this matter? Todd?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McKay, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, would like to go on record in support of this project. The plans are very similar to projects at 1 and 2 Crystal Place on the street. There's only 4 houses. There were some concerns raised by the abutters behind the building, and the architect and the owner have made some changes to those plans, including removal of the external staircases, access to the roof deck through a hatch, and they've pulled the rear extension back a few feet as well. So we'd like to go on record in support.
City Council Sal Martinez office wishes to go on record in support since the applicant did make changes at the request of the abutters.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Jack Glassman. My wife, Chris Cavatayo, and I own 15 Oak Street. We're direct abutters directly to the north, and so we're the ones that would be most impacted negatively by the proposed vertical addition. 15 Oak Street and the 17 attached to it are set back 30 feet from Oak Street, which means that the core of our living space and the building is about 12 feet from the property line with 4 Crystal Place. The kind of core of our daily life would be profoundly affected by this because our kitchen and living area, we've got two large windows, kitchen door, a deck right off of our kitchen that's been approved by this body that would receive a lot less daylight sunlight. And I, just for the record, just wanted to state, although we're on the mailing list, we did not receive the postcards, nor did any of the neighbors that we had spoken to who were at the mayor's office meeting. And beyond that, we had called to find out when this was on the agenda for today, and we're told by Lisa in the Zoning Board of Appeals office that it was not at all on the agenda. I'm not prepared with the photos from our kitchen windows and our studio office because I didn't know about the meeting, and I had also told our neighbors at 17 Oak that this was not on, so otherwise they would have been here expressing their own concerns. So we're really concerned because the property, what's proposed is right at the property line going straight up, and that's why it will affect the views from the kind of the core of our property. So we would request that the project be deferred until we can discuss some options and some further setbacks, or denied until everyone has had a chance to actually see the drawings and respond to them. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, any questions from the board or motions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I want to make a motion, in fact, for deferral. The concern is notification. And I think it's a small neighborhood and it benefits everybody to get together and have
I second. Very good. All those in favor of deferral? Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
We're going to see you again on January 6th at 12:30.
Thank you.
January 6th. Sumner Street.
Okay, calling, calling BZC number, calling 246, no, what is this number? This is,
I have something else too.
calling 537 Sumner Street, Ward 1. This is BOA number 378509.
So,
This is a request for a to erect a rear addition, renovate roof deck and rear decks. Violations are Article 53, Section 9, floor area ratio excessive, rear yard insufficient. Also Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restrictions. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Richard Lins, 1216 Bennington Street. On behalf of Peter Keene, who's with me here today, this is a very simple proposal, we believe. Existing three-family dwelling, also in need of some attention in the Jeffreys Point neighborhood. Mr. Keene has just recently completed a successful 8-unit project immediately next door to this, which this board approved about a year and a half ago. This is an opportunity to improve an additional property on that same block. We did present this to the Jeffreys Point Neighborhood Association, almost unanimous support from the neighborhood to see the improvements to be made. This building will also be sprinkled with additional updates for life safety. Happy to answer any questions.
No questions for me. Anyone else?
The size of the upper roof deck? The size?
I think I have a sketch, Mr. Pisani, on the last page of the packet.
Okay.
Located mostly to the rear of the building. Obviously take advantage of the view over the harbor.
And is that a communal roof deck or a specific unit?
So the property currently is rental. I think we're looking at maintaining rental. If it were to be condo, we'd make it exclusive to Unit 3.
And what are the unit sizes and the bedroom count?
Roughly about 1,200, 1,100 square feet. Yeah. Somewhere between 1,000 and 1,100 square feet per unit.
And on his previous project, was that new construction or was that also renovation?
New construction.
Okay, Juliet, speaking for...
Speaking for Corinne Pachalia. On behalf of Neighborhood Services at this time, on behalf of Corinne Pachalia, we'd like to go on record of support of this application.
Judy.
Judy Evans, City Councilor, Sal Martinez office, and wishes to be recorded in support as well.
Okay. Anyone else on this matter want to be heard? If not, I'll take a motion.
Motion for approval, BRA design review.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, you all set?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling 246 to 248 Sumner Street, Ward 1. This is BOA number 380-800. This is a request for a change in occupancy from commercial retail to office and adult education services. Violation is Article 53, Section 8. The use is forbidden. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ernani Deorajo, the General Counsel for the East Boston Neighborhood Health Center, with a location at 246-248 Sumner Street. And to my right is my colleague, Steve Frazier, also at the East Boston Health Center.
So is this just a change, sort of the use or an addition of use?
So the current use is a retail cafe use, and we want to use it for our Adult Education Institute to train our 1,000-plus employees and also to offer educational benefits to the East Boston community as well.
It's a variance, not a permit, right?
Forbidden use.
Forbidden use, yes it is,
Forbidden
yes.
use. Okay. Who wants to be heard on this matter? Julianne?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. On behalf of Corinne Pachalia, I'd like to go on strong record of support of this application. Thank you.
Members of the board, Judy Evans, Councilor Sal Martinez office, and wishes to go on record in support as well.
Okay. Anybody else? Sumner Street? If not, motion please.
Anani, I just have one question.
Sure.
How will you be having evening adult ed classes?
We will have until, I believe it's until 7 p.m. or 6:30 p.m.?
7:30?
About 7:30 p.m. And actually, we have a partnership with Bunker Hill Community College for those classes.
Is this the one with Jewish Vocational Services too?
That's a separate program, yeah. Thank you.
Is there a motion? No.
Motion for approval with BRA design review for any exterior work.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're all set.
Thank you.
Calling 191 Falcon Street, Ward 1. This is BOA number 379895. This is a request to demolish the existing stairwell and enclosed porches and for the rear addition on the first two levels with rear decks and in addition to a third floor for a master bedroom suite. Violations are Article 53, Section 9, FAR is excessive and building height is excessive. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Joshua Finney and sister Jessamine Finney, 191 Falcon Street, East Boston.
Have you seen a plan for their addition, Mr. Bizzani?
I have. Are those new drawings or updated drawings?
My name is Franziska Amaker. Good morning, board and chairman. I'm the architect, and this is just showing how they fit into the neighborhood, but the plans are exactly the same.
The drawings are adequate.
Is it a three-family dwelling? No?
Two-family.
What is it?
two-family.
It's two-family.
All right, who wants to be heard in favor on this matter? Julianne?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Julianne Doherty on behalf of Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We actually need to go on record of opposition at this time due to no community process. Thank you.
City Council Sal Martinez, office wishes to go on record in support.
Could I ask a question? Why was there no community process?
There's very little left in East Boston, particularly my area of East Boston, that has any owner occupied. What this project does is actually...
Have you reached out to the mayor's office for a community meeting?
We actually go to the community meetings at East Boston High School regularly. We don't recognize, we have two neighbors.
Chair, I want to make a motion for deferral to allow community process to take place.
Okay. Second. All those in favor of deferral? Aye. Any opposed to it?
We will see you on January 6th at 12:30. Somebody from representing the applicant listening? We will see you on January 6th at 12:30, excuse me, okay?
Is there a chance to have an earlier meeting?
No, we are pretty backed up for the year, and that's why we recommend that applicants start their community process as soon as they file their applications. Okay, thank you. Okay, going to the 11:30 meetings. Oh, was there a motion?
One more. Meridian Street.
Oh, what am I doing? Calling 232 to 234 Meridian Street, Ward 1. This is BOA number 363118. This is a request for a change in occupancy from a two-family dwelling and store to a two-family dwelling and a money transfer office in a CC district. Violations, Article 53, Section 11, the use of a money transfer office is conditional. Your name and address for the record, please.
For the record, Attorney Emilio Favorito, 454 Saratoga Street, East Boston, for the applicant. As indicated, this is a conditional use. The premises is located in a commercial zoning district. The use has been in existence for 10 years. This got picked up in the course of the business was changing hands from one operator to another. They went to apply for a sign, and apparently the use was questioned properly by the building department. We have set before you a petition signed by approximately 400 neighbors and customers in support. There was a neighborhood meeting last Tuesday at which no opposition was expressed. I believe you have before you a letter of support from Councilor Lamartina, and I also believe that ONS will be making a recommendation.
Do you have a photograph of your store?
Did not submit a photograph. I apologize.
I was going to ask the same thing, but if Council Lamartina supports it, it kind of felt like maybe he's going to look at it.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
And And what would your hours of operation be?
The hours of operation are 8 to 7:30, I think,
Yeah.
on most days.
8 to 7:30, are you open on Sundays too?
Yes.
And what are your hours? Every day, 8 to 7:30?
Yes.
And there was no issue with the hours of operation?
There was not.
Okay, let's listen to testimony, see what everyone thinks here.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Julianne Doherty on behalf of Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, we'd like to go on record of support at this time. Thank you.
Juliana City Council, Sal Martinez, obviously wishes to go on record in support. Since it's in existing condition, they are only doing exterior work, and there's no opposition.
There's no exterior work, you said?
They are doing some wonderful exterior,
Oh,
dressing it
well,
up.
you'll have a chance. to-
There is no additional exterior work being sought. There was a sign, when one operator changed from another operator, they applied for the sign was erected, and that's what triggered the issue.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready to make a
ahead,
motion
please.
for approval, and this is for a period of 2 years, and that the BRA take a deep look at all the signage and the frontage for grates and temporary signs and anything else.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I could add, the VRA did review and approve the signage that...
Then it should be easy, but there's a motion.
Sign off then.
So I'll second this motion, but just add, the sign was already changed, the new sign in
Yes.
place? Okay.
And went through review from
There's
design.
also grates on the building, and they need all attention to be looked completely.
It's been seconded and thirded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. You're good with those provisos.
Any of the applicants scheduled for 11:30 requesting a withdrawal or a deferral of their cases. Okay, calling 9 Cleveland Ave, Ward 22. This is BZC number 33314. This is a request to confirm the legal occupancy as a single-family dwelling and erect a 2-story addition to the rear of the building. Violations are Article 51, Section 9, FAR excessive, side yard, rear yards, all insufficient, and this is an extension of a non-conforming use. Also Article 51, Section 23, off-street parking requirements, and Article 51, Section 40-5A, off-street parking design, front yard parking is not allowed. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Attorney Aaron Stroney. I represent Juan Sandoval, the homeowner, to my right, and to my left is Doug Stefanoff, who prepared the plans for your consideration today. If I can note for the record that Article 51, Section 23 violation, Article 51, Section 40-5A violation have been withdrawn from the plans. I'm proceeding on just the first 4.
Any comments on the plans we have?
Mrs. Stefanoff, so this is to legalize a single-family dwelling and to construct a 2-story rear addition.
Correct.
So why?
Short story, I came in after his last board hearing. He had a contractor that didn't pull a proper permit, built the addition on a short form. He's been shut down. There's a violation against him. So in order, the attorney was then brought in at that time to represent him. I'm here I did community process for Mr. Sandoval twice to the Brighton Alston Improvement Association and with Neighborhood Services. We've had several on-site meetings, one just last night with the immediate abutters to, as well as would present, I've got fairly lengthy, I'm not sure hundreds, but near 100 letters, signatures of approval for this addition.
And how many bedrooms in this proposed one family, or in this one family?
He currently, it would add two bedrooms.
So a total
Well,
of...
4, right? Is it 4?
It's around, 3, that's what I would say.
With the addition.
Yeah, with the addition.
Yeah, 4 with the addition.
And so if you're withdrawing the parking...
Yes.
How is that being accommodated then?
The parking, he just has street parking. So what has been done needs to be cleaned up.
So it's not withdrawn then, you still need that. It's still a violation then.
Yeah, his house has no parking, correct.
All right. Anyone want to be heard in favor of this matter?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. John Lott from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go in record of support. The proponent found himself in an unfortunate situation. He's been to 3 BAIA meetings. We had an abutters meeting, and there's no community opposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Alex Chase, speaking on behalf of District City Councilor Mark Siomo. The appellant before you has made a strong effort to recoup some of the efforts that were done in shorthand. He echoed the comments of the mayor's office and would like to support this request. Thank you.
Okay, Annabelle?
Chair, members of the board, Annabelle Gomes, President of Brighton Austin Improvement Association. We'd like to go on record in support. This is a family. They'd like to remain in the neighborhood, and they have strong neighborhood ties with a lot of support from all the abutters. Thank you.
Anyone else on this matter? Favor or opposition to it? If not, we'll take a motion.
Motion for...
I do have one question though. The difference between the site plan that you've submitted and the site plan originally submitted is that the original submitted site plan had front yard parking. Your drawing does not have that.
Correct.
You mentioned that you were withdrawing it, therefore that parking is disappearing.
Correct.
So there will be no front yard parking.
Correct.
That is being eliminated.
Yes.
Could make a motion for approval with BRA design review and with an acknowledgement that there will be no parking on the site.
Okay, is there a second? All those in favor? Aye. Right, you're all set, gentlemen.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Calling 536 Metropolitan Ave, Ward 18. This is BOA number 363169. This is a request to extend living space into the basement. Violation is Article 9, Section 1. This is an extension of a non-conforming use since it's a two-family in a single-family district. Your name and address for the record, please.
Phil Smith, P.S. Construction, Brockton, Massachusetts.
So, single-family house?
It's a two-family.
Two. And you want to put another apartment in the basement, or
Extending the space.
extending your...
Yeah, I live in one side and my parents live in the other side.
Okay.
Did we see you 2 weeks ago
Yes,
at ISD, and what was the reason for our deferral of bringing it into the full board?
We wanted some more pictures regarding the window by the stairs.
Oh, right. Thank you.
Yes, we just submitted some new plans showing that we're going to, the window stays, so remove the stairs to walk away from the window, so you won't walk into the, had to show some new plans set up for that.
Mr. Pizzani, was there also parking by that window when we heard it on
10-day subcommittee a few days ago?
There was, what they have done is, as stated, they have removed the stairs that were blocking the egress. Now, so then the question comes about where is the parking? Or did you relocate the parking?
The parking was always right in front of the building, there was never any parking by that stairs over there. The stairs walk on the side of the building. Parking is always directly in front.
The question still is, where is the parking?
Directly in front.
In the front of the building?
Yes. And the stairs on the side.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, anyone want to be heard in favor on this matter?
I'm from Hector Miranda, 245 Huntington Ave. I'm a neighbor. I support her interest of doing the extension.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Cesar Velasquez. I'm the owner of 548 Metropolitan. I'm here to support.
Thank you very much for coming. David, you want to speak on this?
We tried to contact the mayor's office, but
Mr.
they...
Chair, members of the board, David Hilty, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant did attempt to reach out to my office and set up a community meeting. We were unable to facilitate that process. They have reached out to a few abutters. However, the mayor's office is opposed to the application. We have some real concerns about the living space in the basement too easily being converting into an apartment. It is a two-family on a non-conforming lot. They're looking to do living space and pretty aggressive living space into both units. We'd like to be recorded in support today. voted in opposition today, I apologize.
Walter?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Walter Applewhite, District 5, City Council, Tim McCarthy's office. We'd also like to go on record in opposition. Our office has the same reservations with regard to the mayor's office and community input as well. So we'd like to register our opposition.
Thank you. Before we vote, is there anything else you want to tell us?
Well, yeah, the basement does conform to all the codes that I've been concerned with. The egresses are coded properly, as you can see on the plans. And we definitely is extending living space because they have the stairs come from the first floor directly down to the basement with no doors. So we're not looking to convert the apartment. What we need is 2 small bedrooms. We need more room. You need more room, and the only way to go get it inexpensively is to go into the basement to get the rooms. That's all it is.
But the issue still exists that you have a paved front yard that you're parking in. How many cars do you have in that front yard?
2.
2. So you have front yard parking for 2 cars, plus extending into the basement. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion for denial without prejudice for 2 reasons. Number one, I think the issue of extension into the basement can be dealt with in a way that will not be offensive to the neighbors and to assure that it can't be broken out into a separate unit. But more importantly, the fact that there is front yard parking is troublesome. And the reason I say that is that from the edge of their house to the property line, it's 11 foot, almost 12 feet. It's a large lot, it's almost 9,000 square feet. So there is a way that parking could be accommodated without being front yard by taking it around back. So I think you just have to look into the project again. So denial without prejudice.
So basically, you say if we really change the parking, then we have no problem with that?
Change the parking and have your architect take a harder look at the extension into the basement and get rid of that door. In other words, one of the concerns is that you're extending into the basement and there's also a door, and the door's off the front. And that leads one to believe that very easily that unit can be separated.
Okay, you're talking about the side door that goes out of the basement? So we have to have a doorway out of the basement. We have to have one. There's no way.
You use an egress out of the basement, but you also have to set it up in a way that it's not easily subdivisible.
Mr. Donnie, just...
Let's vote on this.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion.
He already
You have
did.
made a motion,
He
I'm
already
going to
did.
second it.
All those in favor? All those in favor of the motion Mr. Bazzani made for denial without prejudice? Aye. Any opposed to it? Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Calling 42 Rockwell Street, Ward 17. This is BZC number 33353. This is a request to extend living space into the basement and to enclose the basement entry. Are you here for 42 Rockwell Street?
Yes.
Okay. Violation is Article 65, Section 9, FAR excessive and side yard insufficient. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hezekiah Pratt, architect for the project, 454 Lowell Avenue, Newton, Mass.
Okay.
Mr. Pratt, why did we defer this the last time?
Oh, because we haven't met with the neighbor group, Common Square. We've since met with them this summer. We did a presentation and they gave us support for the project. And this is a letter of support for what we're trying to do.
And have you heard the merits of this case?
Well, you mentioned extend living space into the basement. The basement is an unoccupied space. It's renovated into basically mechanical space, storage space, space for entry of utilities such as a new sprinkler system.
Right, that's true, but the violation is simple, FAR excessive and side yard insufficient.
Yes, okay, yeah. And the other items are the side entrance is existing. What we did was cover it, which I assume is a side yard violation, and then the other part of it is he's building a storage shed in the rear yard. Now, this is part of a larger project that came before you back in 2012 that was approved. We just amend that to do these small changes, that's why we're here.
And this, I'm sorry, these weren't components of the project when they came through the first time, were they?
No, the first
okay,
time
so-
was height, we extended the third floor, enclosed it, extended living space, and that was the main part of it, actually. And there were also some side yard violations as well.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Rosani?
The use of the basement will be what?
The basement actually is basically a storage area. It's renovated. It's not renovated. The concrete floor is there. The ceiling's open. They're exposed. Sprinklers.
Well, there's, on the drawing, it calls out a half bath.
Yeah. Well, the half bath, that has been, yes, a half bath. Yes, a half bath is there. Yes.
Right, and there's a new addition around it, ergo it's a new half bath.
Yes. Are you looking at amendment November 27, 2013?
I'm looking at 11/27/13.
Yes, this is amendment to permit plans, which has been revised. That's a storage area, there's no bathroom there.
My drawing shows half bath.
Is that an updated plan?
This, okay, so the big difference is that the word half bath has been excised and substituted
For
with the word
storage.
storage.
Yes.
And again, the use of the space is what? Simply storage?
Just storage, yes. There's no living space at all.
Why do we have to legalize it as
Yeah, so
living
why are we
space?
legalizing storage?
I'm sorry?
Storage doesn't affect the FAR.
It beats me. I don't know why either. I assume he's looking at the enclosure of the entrance, which becomes now enclosed space. If you add any,
How large is that space?
it's very small. So 4 by 5 is a very small
Okay,
space.
It's de minimis.
I'm sorry?
It's de minimis then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We need, who wants to speak on this? From the mayor's office, anyone? Reed?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this morning, it's all shock to me to hearing all this. He did meet at the Common Square Council's meeting on June 11, saying those things that you could see on the letter, exactly what he requested from the Common Square. So that's one of the reasons why they support it. But hearing all this talking, I don't know if we want to go ahead and support it. But if we want to support it, we want to go by BIA with design review and leave it up to you guys to do.
Thank you very much. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion for approval.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Opposed.
Okay. It's been approved.
Thank you.
And that,
Whatever
this
it is,
is,
it's been
this is accepting the plans that there is no bath in the basement?
No, no bath at all.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. Calling 107 Rentham Street, Ward 16. This is BOA number 38955. This is a request to extend living space into the basement. The violation is Article 65, Section 9, FAR excessive. Your name and address for the record.
Large Lahens, 107 Wetham Street.
So just for the record, we saw this case on September 11th, and we had some concerns. But put your name and address on the record, and please tell us what you're proposing.
Large Lahens, 107 Wetham Street. I'm proposing to add a staircase from my apartment, which leads to the basement, so I can have views of the basement.
Use the space for what, sir?
Well, I actually kind of need to put some of the equipment that I have currently that I'm storing in my closets, and I'd like to sort of store that equipment and set them up in that basement, and also use it as an entertainment area when I do have guests over that I can
Sir,
receive.
one of the reasons that we deferred this on the 11th was the issue that the drawings that you presented,
Right.
in fact, show a full kitchen in the basement.
The drawing that you were looking at was an older set of drawings.
But this is what was submitted to, what you submitted to ISD
Actually, one
for the
second.
letter of refusal and upon which you're...
Actually,
Do you have
on
drawings
April,
subsequent, do you have drawings subsequent to our meeting on September 11th?
we had drawings that were submitted on April 25th, which is the set of drawings, and they were resubmitted again this month. The exact same set of drawings, so I guess there was a mix-up with the drawings
So,
at ISD.
okay, and was there some issue with the stairwell too, Mr. Pisani?
Well, yeah, I mean, they were part and parcel, one or the other, because the drawings that we're looking at, that were submitted, are dated April 4th, 2014. Okay? And what you are suggesting is that there was a revised set of drawings, okay, that are dated 4/22/14. The difference between the two sets of drawings are that what was labeled a kitchen is now labeled a wet bar. And in fact, a stair from the first floor unit, it's a circular stair, has been put down into the space.
Right.
Is that right?
And I believe the door was switched with the window to accommodate the new staircase.
And who's the architect of record?
I'm sorry?
Who's the architect of record?
It's Christopher Welch.
So they haven't been updated since our meeting on the 11th.
They have not been updated. This is the same set of drawings that were submitted in April. The set of drawings you had at the last meeting was the set prior to that. So there was a mix-up with the drawings.
Okay, all set? Anybody want to be heard on this matter in favor? Alec?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Alec Benelli, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant did meet with his direct abutters and demonstrated that the staircase would be within the first unit, and he did gain the support of the abutters. The Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to be heard on this matter in favor or opposition? That's it. So we're ready to vote.
Motion approved.
Chairman, could I second that? And a second with following. No building code relief.
I'm sorry?
No building code relief.
Me.
And no kitchen in the basement.
Right. There isn't a kitchen in the basement. There's an area that has a sink in the basement.
Excuse me, all those in favor of that motion in the second provisions? Aye. Any opposed? All right, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Calling 9 Oswald, actually, before I call the next case, any of the applicants scheduled for 1 o'clock requesting a withdrawal or a deferral of their cases. The address, please?
42 Thompson Street, Hyde Park.
42 Thompson. Calling 42 Thompson Street, Ward 18, BOA number 379892. This is a request to construct a single-family residence. Your name and address for the record, please.
John Pulgini, 10 Forbes Road, Braintree, Massachusetts.
What are you requesting?
Deferral.
For what reason?
When the initial zoning code refusal issued by ISD was incorrect, it did not list tandem parking as a violation, which in that neighborhood it is. We had a conversation with Susan Rice at ISD. She reviewed the plans and she agreed that yes, tandem parking is a violation based on maneuverability.
So this is because of lack of complete violation identification and the need for re-noticing
Correct.
that you're requesting this. So I'm going to make a motion for deferral.
Okay, all those in favor of deferral? Aye.
And because it is a clerical error, we're going to schedule you for October 21st at 9:30.
Thank you.
The address, please?
123 Crawford Street.
Calling 123 Crawford Street, Ward 12, BOA number 380291. This is a request to erect a second-story addition and change the legal use and occupancy to a lodging house with 26 SROs plus one efficiency unit for an on-site manager. Your name and address for the record, please.
Attorney Nicholas Azula, McDermott, Quilty and Miller, 131 Oliver Street, Boston, Mass.
What are you requesting?
Requesting a deferral. Community process has not been finalized yet. We need to finalize that with them.
Okay. Motion for deferral?
So moved.
And all those in favor of it? Aye. Okay. What date do we have for them?
We have January 20th at 12:30.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the address, please.
26 Bradfield Ave.
Calling 26 Bradfield Ave, Ward 20. This is BOA number 380389. This is a request to rebuild porches. Your name and address for the record.
Well, I'd like to actually request for a deferral.
Okay. Have you met with the committee?
That's not been finalized yet.
Someone make a motion, please.
Motion to defer.
Okay, all those in favor of deferral? Aye. So what date will we hear it?
We're going to see you on January 20th at 12:30.
Okay.
Thank you. What are you requesting? Sorry, go ahead. You're requesting a withdrawal or a deferral?
Yeah, for
What's the
103 Howard
address?
Ave. 103 Howard Ave.
Calling 103 Howard Ave, Ward 13. This is BOA number 383359. This is a request to extend living space into the attic. Your name and address for the record, please.
Lenny Kelly, 103 Howard Ave, Dorchester, Massachusetts, 125.
You would like it to defer it to a later date? You'd like a deferral?
Yes.
Can you
Yes.
tell me, just quickly tell me why? Why can't you proceed today?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. They are in the middle of the process for to get in community support. They just need some more time.
Okay. Going to make a motion for deferral.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
So we're looking at January 20th at 12:30.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, Madam Secretary, I'm here for 8 Sawyer Ave.
calling 8 Sawyer Ave, Ward 13, BOA number 381545. This is a request to erect a 3-story, 6-unit residential building. Your name and address for the record, please.
Tim Johnson, architect, 190 Old Colony Avenue in Boston. We did meet with the neighborhood, one meeting, we did get some pushback, and we're redesigning the project.
Okay.
Motion to defer. Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. What date do we have?
The date is January 20th at 12:30.
And Madam Secretary, I was in there earlier for another deferral. Would it be possible to move that January 6th deferral to this same date?
Sad thing is that the members of the community who were here are essentially notified through this hearing process that was January 6th.
Understood. Thank you, Madam
Okay.
Secretary.
Any other applicants requesting a withdrawal or a deferral? Mr. Spicer, you're requesting a withdrawal or a deferral for 1 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, what's the case?
34 Plimpton.
Calling 34 Plimpton Street, Ward 8. This is BOA number 381964. This is a request to construct a roof deck. Your name and address for the record, please.
Howard Spicer, 1 Boston Place.
You can't proceed today, or is this?
We've been trying to set up a neighborhood meeting, and because of the summer, it didn't happen. We're trying to coordinate with the mayor's office. They think they can get us in for a meeting actually in the next couple of weeks, and we were hoping for if possible, a pretty quick deferral date. I know that's difficult, but it's just a roof deck, and we don't really expect any issues.
Compliment you for trying every time.
I keep trying.
Motion to defer.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
So we'll see you on January 20th at 12:30.
Thank you very much.
Any other applicants requesting a withdrawal or deferral?
Everyone else is going
Okay.
forward. So that's
Calling.
6 out of 12 for at 1 o'clock. They got deferred because they haven't been able to do their process.
Calling 9 Oswald Street, Ward 10. This is BZC number 33393. This is a request to confirm the legal occupancy as a three-family dwelling and to extend living space both into the attic and the basement. Violation is Article 59, Section 8, FAR excessive. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Eric Speed, 2 Seaport Lane in Boston, here today with Adam Sarbar, the property owner. The request today is to legalize an existing three-family building as well as the existing living space in the basement and in the attic. Just to give you a little background on the property, Mr. Sarbar purchased the property in June of 2013. The Shaughnessy family had owned the house for about 50 years before then, and during that time built out the basement for an uncle to live there, and the attic was a studio with a small bathroom. There's actually a letter in the packet from the Shaughnessy family about that build-out. At that time, he went to ISD to do a renovation of the building. It was discovered there was no legal occupancy on the building at all. And as part of that, they couldn't find any records of the build-out of the basement or the attic space. So at this time, we're looking to legalize that space.
So this is from a 1, 2, or 3?
No, this is from, there's no record currently.
But
When ISD looked at it, all the assessing and everything came up as a three-family and all of the short forms. There was just no legal occupancy on the building.
Can you just tell us what's happening on how these, what these units are, sizes are, how many bedrooms, what's in the basement, and what's in the attic?
Sure. The unit size is approximately 1,200 square feet per unit. The basement will be a living room. The attic will be the master bedroom. Mr. Sarbar is actually the owner occupant and will be living in the third floor / attic unit.
And how many bedrooms in each unit?
There is between 3 and 4 in each unit, depending on the size.
Okay, well, one of the problems is that the basement unit is not...
So it's part of the first floor unit. It's basement living space. They're not separate units. Just want to clarify that.
Well, the issue is, with the drawings as submitted, there is no direct connection from the first floor unit to the basement unit. The connection occurs at, common entry points. Okay, take a look at your front entrance, which has a stair, but
Yes.
also has a stair going down to the basement, is also the connector up to the second floor. The rear entrance that has a stair is also a common stair that, while it goes down to the basement, also goes up to the second and third floor. So the issue is that there's not a direct connection from the first floor to the basement, and is in fact a separate unit.
Can you see what he's talking about?
I do, yes. So it's a wall and then a door into the unit. Okay.
So in fact, you have 4 units.
It was, and what we're trying to do is...
Well, okay, but you're not doing it correctly.
Okay.
So what's...
Chairman, I'm going to make a motion for deferral. I think the project may have merit, but as presented, it should not be voted on.
So just to be clear, that is it's that direct access between the first. I was under the impression that the door opened and then into a second door.
The idea is that extension into the basement is from that unit only.
Of course.
Okay.
And that was the intent, is to have that as part of it.
Yeah, the issue, the difference between intent and...
Of course, yes. So we'll address that with the architect and have that.
All those in favor deferral? Aye. Any opposed?
Chair, should we take comment on this deferral? Because I noticed a number of faces around here that may have, before we get into the deferral.
Our office would actually be in support of a deferral. There are people, as it stands, to speak in support of this, but given the issues raised, I think the deferral would be best.
Okay. I'll go with the mayor's office. So do we vote? All those in support of deferral? Okay. Aye. We're no opposed to it. What date do we have for them?
Again, we're looking at January 20th at 12:30. Okay. Calling 66 Wyman Street, Ward 10. This is BZC number 33496. This is a request to erect dormers, rear deck, and extend living space into the basement. Also to create off-street parking for 3 vehicles. Violations are Article 10, Section 1, limitation of area of accessory use. Article 55, Section 9, FAR excessive. Usable open space insufficient, and building height excessive. Also, Article 55, Section 40, off-street parking. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, this is Paul Enever. I reside at 97 Forbes Street in Jamaica Plain. I am the owner of 66 Wyman. I have here with me Jason LaGorga, my architect, and my representative, Richard Ash.
Okay.
As a point of clarification, the updated plans that we have submitted to ISD no longer have parking. We are not requesting a variance for parking or approval for parking.
Okay. Well, back to it extending into the basement. I don't know what this one looks like on plans.
Why were you deferred the last time?
We were here on the 17th of June. At that time, we had our final meeting with the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Committee scheduled for the 18th, and so we wanted to complete that process before coming before you. We have since done that. We've had full support from the Neighborhood Committee and full engagement with the neighbors, and there's no objections been raised. In fact, they're very supportive. The property is basically adjoining another mirror image property at 68 Wyman, and all the residents, owners of 68 Wyman have provided letters of support. They're keen to see this process move forward so that we can make joint repairs to the exterior of the building, which, as I said, shares a firewall.
So the fact that the off-street parking is not a violation anymore, how did you accommodate the parking?
There is not going to be any parking.
Oh, so the violation is still there?
No, there's no violation. We're not changing occupancy, and we're not changing anything. There's no parking currently.
Okay. Well, how do the plans look?
Drawings are adequate.
Okay. Julianne?
Just clarification, for unit number 1, in fact, your kitchen is in the basement.
That's correct, yes.
And it's a walkout.
Yes, it's at grade at the rear of the property. You can see that from the side elevations.
Okay, Julianne?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Julianne Doherty, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record of support of this application. They did sufficient community outreach, as well as we're okay with our request to defer their last case in order to complete that community process, and we do appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else in this matter? If not, what's the pleasure of the board?
Any exterior work on the project?
There'll be the addition of decks at the rear of the property to provide egress that would match the work that's been done at the adjoining property. The intent is to make them look as identical as possible to maintain the aesthetic. There will be the addition of a dormer, which will obviously have an exterior component. Other than that, landscape.
Yes.
Okay.
BRA designer.
Motion approved with BRA designer.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed to it? Okay, you're all set.
All right. Thank you.
Calling 299 Dudley Street, Ward 8. BZC number 33389. This is a request to erect 8 residential units. Mr. Hamley, you're going ahead with this project?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just thought of violations. Violation is Article 50, Section 43, off-street parking. Driveway design, access, and maneuverability is insufficient. Article 50, Section 41, screening and buffering. Article 50, Section 11, side yard setback, lot size, open space, rear yard setback, all insufficient. Also, FAR is excessive. Article 50, Section 43, off-street parking, insufficiency was removed on June 27, 2014. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Joe Hanley, McDermott, Quilty and Miller, 131 Oliver Street in Boston. With me to my right is Rick Schmidt, who is the project architect on this development. Also with me is the ownership and development team, Deborah Bitran on my far right, and Klaus Kimmel to my left, passed out for the board some revised plans. As was indicated, we were deferred from the May 6th hearing before the Board of Appeal. At that time, we were instructed by the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, or asked by the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, to conduct further community outreach. We had met at that point with the DSNI, the Dudley Street Neighborhood Initiative. We were asked to meet with what the Mayor's Office told us is the most impacted and direct only abutters neighborhood group for us to appear before, and that's the Mount Pleasant Ave Forest Vine Streets Neighborhood Association. We've since done that, and I have, for the record, a letter of support from that group, as well as a letter of understanding with some conditions that we agreed to. Just to give you some quick background, this is about a 7,500 square foot lot at the corner of Mount Pleasant and Dudley Street. My client seeks to revitalize it with a productive residential use for eight residential units. The big discussion. Yes, sir. And Isala Group, who is the owner and property manager, also owns the abutting building next door, which has a market in it and several other commercial uses, as well as apartments above. That's important because we're impacted as a butter based on some of the relief that we're seeking. And so the big discussion that we had in the community outreach process was about parking. Our original plan was for 8 units with 5 parking spaces. The neighborhood group wanted us to increase that. We were able to work with the BRA to do that. You'll see that in the plans. We now have 8 dedicated parking spaces, 1-to-1. That removes the violation for insufficient on-site parking. And I would suggest that this is a reasonable case for the variances at issue. Most relate to the setbacks, which are de minimis, off by a few feet, and the rear yard setback being probably the greatest impact, which relates to our property next door. And I have the architect here to answer questions, and thank you for your time.
Counselor, can you describe the access to parking?
Sure. The
It's off the
access,
other lot, right?
correct. It's off of Adams Street, and it is through property that is owned by my client. So they would come off of Adams Street. There's an existing driveway that is there, and we're going to utilize that. That actually is one of the things that ISD cited, is the width of that existing driveway is not currently compliant with zoning. We would continue to use that driveway and access the 8 spaces from that.
Right. The passage on the drawing is called a passageway.
Yes.
And it's shown as 9 feet. And so ISD cited you for that because it's not 10 feet.
Correct.
The question comes about is, why can't it be 10 feet?
It's where the property line falls. There's not space between, yeah.
So the passage, now, okay, is this a passageway that's for right of passage for the building also at number 3 Mount
Number 3.
Pleasant Street?
My understanding is it is not, and that we do have an easement there was an easement written by my client who owns 301 through 305 to utilize that as access to 299.
Thank you.
Yes.
Anything else from the board?
Yes, so these are 8 3-bedroom units.
Yes.
And what's the square footage?
The square footage of each unit is just over 1,000 square feet. It's 1,038 square feet, and they are 3-bedroom, 2-bath units.
Okay. Kara?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Kara Fox, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, would like to go on record of support. They have met with the community groups on several occasions. They have addressed each issue that was brought to them and revised their plans to fit in the community that they will be serving. They have also began to show good neighborhood support and have been at several meetings besides the one to address their project.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Daniel Polanco on behalf of Boston City Councilor Tito Jackson. I'd like to go on record and support ECHO ONS. We've been present at the meetings, say they're willing to work with the community, so we're going ahead in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Tom McDonough from City Councilor at Large, Steve Murphy's office, like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Councilor Michael Flaherty, like to go on record in support.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Henry Cohen on behalf of City Councilor Michelle Wu, like to go on record in support.
Okay. Ms. Courtney, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Pat Courtney, 339 Dudley Street, and I am opposed, and I represent a couple of issues that have been raised. One is there are two immediate abutters who have expressed opposition to the project, as well as the lack of outreach to Orchard Gardens Tenant Association, which also is 2 doors down from the project. Their belief is the project size and height will overshadow the houses on Mount Pleasant Place, and a concern regarding if the parking will be sufficient when the snow season comes. And so that is their objections, and I wish to express that to the board. Thank you.
Anyone else want to be heard on this matter? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Motion for approval with BRA design review, and please continue conversations with your abutters.
Okay, is there a second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling 30 Middle Street, Ward 7. This is BZC number 33544. This is a request to erect a 3-family dwelling. Violation is Article 14, Section 1, minimum lot size insufficient.
Okay,
Article.
Okay.
And George, you're going along, ahead with this.
Okay, you guys ready yet?
We're ready.
I don't know if we're ready.
Ready, okay.
We'll finish this case and then we're going to take a adjourn for a moment.
Okay, calling 30 Middle Street, Ward 7. This is BZC number 33544. This is a request to erect a 3-family dwelling. Violation is Article 14, Section 1, minimum lot size insufficient. Article 14, Section 3, minimum lot width is insufficient. Article 14, Section 4, lot frontage insufficient. Article 15, Section 1, FAR excessive. Article 17, Section 1, usable open space insufficient. Article 18, Section 1, front yard insufficient. Article 19, Section 1, side yard insufficient. Article 20, Section 1, rear yard insufficient. And Article 23, Section 9, design of off-street parking facilities. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 416 West Broadway in South Boston. Mr. Chairman, a revised set of plans have been presented to the board. This is, in fact, the third iteration of these plans. The plans before the board now depict a 2-family dwelling rather than the original 3-family dwelling that was applied for. Through the redesign of the building, a number of the zoning violations have been eliminated. Again, this would be a 2-unit dwelling building of 2 bi-level units, one being a 1,600 square foot 3-bedroom on floors 1 and 2, the second being a 1,400 square foot 2-bedroom on the 3rd floor and mezzanine level. There is a living space on the roof level and mezzanine level of the building. The maximum building height, the highest point, would be 36 feet 4 inches. The floor area ratio is just under 1, so we have no height violation, no FAR violation. Likewise, there is no side yard setback violation owing to the provisions of Article 19, Section 4. No required side yard setback for the first 70 feet of lot depth behind the required front yard. The rear yard setback is also in conformance, and the front yard violation is actually not in effect, since this is in fact a modal building which is in conformance with existing building alignments. That leaves violations essentially for simply the lot width and frontage. 50 feet is required under the code. This is a pre-existing nonconformity owing to the lot and the fact that, of course, for 2 units in an H-150 district, 6,000 square feet of lot area would be required.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Mazzani, or comments?
I have one for the architect. When does a head house become a mezzanine?
I'm sorry?
When does a head house become a mezzanine?
As long as it's connected to the floor below, and it's a third of the area. So as long as it's less than a third of the area of the floor below, and it's directly connected, it's a mezzanine. We qualify.
All right, who wants to be heard this? Eric?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Eric Prentice, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this project with the proviso of BRA design review based on the head house and roof deck to make sure they're in scale with everything else in the neighborhood. This project started out with a height of roughly 37 feet and an FAR close to 1.75. Through the community process, they have dramatically decreased the size of this home, but also there is still some abutters opposition that I think continuing to work with them through the next few steps of this process would be mutually beneficial. Thank you.
Abutter opposition based on? Just on
She's here today, so I'm sure I'll let her speak for herself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Chris Nam on behalf of City Council President Bill Linehan. Right now, we like to go on record in opposition to this project. There have been a lot of concessions. However, the community process and the community communication between the applicant and the abutters that leaves a lot to be desired in this case, and I think they'll be here to explain that to you. We would be supportive of this project if they would completely remove the head house, mezzanine, whatever you want to call it, on the top floor.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Council, Michael Flaherty. Simply based upon the size and scope of the head house, at this particular point, the council cannot support the project.
Okay. Anyone else like to be heard?
Hi. My name is Jennifer Evans. I'm the Director Butter to this project, and I oppose development totally. We have supported many other developments in our neighborhood. They were all as of right, including one of Mr. Madigan's himself. He did not destroy the house that was there and build something from the ground up. If he does destroy the single family that is there, it's not a buildable lot anymore. I don't understand why he can't work with the footprints that's there and just develop it from there and leave it at that. But I have 35 letters from all the neighbors, including Woodward Street and Middle Street, that oppose the project as is. And I'd like to take that into consideration.
We take those, if we don't already have them. Do we have those? We get those letters for you?
Can I get the letters? Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the board. My name is Linda Zablocki. I'm a resident of Andrew Square, and I'm here twofold. I'm first as a resident in opposition to this proposal, and I'm also here as the president of Andrew Square Civic, and I'd just like to give a quick rundown as to the lack of community process that happened here. Mr. Madigan told me on the first meeting that we had with him, which was an on-site meeting in July, that his plans were complete in February. We have meetings, March, April, May, and June. No attempt was made to come to the Andrew Square Civic meeting to be put on the agenda. He deferred that the July 22nd, excuse me, zoning, and he was assigned an 8/19 date. On the 8/19, that deferral was already awarded again. So we had 45 letters at that time of opposition, which were not presented because there was a deferral. Even though August 19th was given that date when we were here, Mr. Moranci is well aware of the process, and we had a meeting on September 10th. Mr. Moranci was there to present for 2 other projects that he represented, yet Mr. Madigan's was never presented to our organization. So I feel that with the lack of the respect that was given to the Andrew Square Civic Association and the complete disregard of the community process, I am asking the board to please deny this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
Mr. Chairman, simply in rebuttal, in terms of community process, there were in fact 3 on-site meetings. I don't think that anybody would dispute that. Without getting too much into responding directly to certain accusations, I also do want to point out, aside from the 3 meetings, the reductions that have been made by my client have resulted in a project that, as I say, is nearly zoning compliant. Fails to meet the minimum lot size granted, owing to the H-150 requirements of 6,000 square feet for a 2-family dwelling. The only other violation that exists are the deficiencies in lot frontage and lot width, which are pre-existing nonconformities owing to the lot. Everything else has been brought into conformance with the dimensional setbacks of the code, building height, floor area ratio, setbacks, usable open space, off-street parking. There would in fact be 2 tandem or 4 off-street parking spaces provided for this. There's an existing curb cut on Middle Street, so no on-street parking would be lost.
Okay, thank you. How does the board feel about this?
Motion for approval with BRA design review.
I'll second that with a proviso that the quote mezzanine be reduced to a head house.
Okay.
Head house home.
All those in favor? Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, motion carries with 1 opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move to another item that is scheduled for 1 o'clock. These are the recommendations. For the edification of the board, the subcommittee met on September 11th and heard testimony and heard from the applicants and reviewed the plans on the following cases, and at that time the subcommittee recommended approval. So I will read them into the record so that there's clarity. BOA number 382658, 336 Sumner Street, Ward 1. BOA number 382648, also 336 Sumner Street, Ward 1. BZC number 33640, 93 Lexington Street, Ward 1. BZC number 33576, 77 Russell Street, Ward 2. BZC number 386781, 20 to 26 Charles Street, Ward 5. BOA number 370694, 60 Linden Street, Ward 7. BZC number 378363, 461 East 6th Street, Ward 7. And finally, BZC number 33433, 1616 Dorchester Ave, Ward 6.
So we need to vote, right?
Before making a motion on that, which I'm happy to do because I have total faith in the subcommittee, it would be helpful if we had like a 1-sentence description on what each one was.
It was included in the package, and we spent a good deal of time.
I'm not.
No, I understand.
I'm saying for the rest of the board.
Right. As we move forward, the staff will do that.
Okay, so we need a motion to...
Motion to concur with the recommendation of the subcommittee on all the cases.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're going to take a short intermission. We'll be back in 1:45, okay? Thank you. set? All right, thank you. So we're being recorded on cable TV as well, so that's why we have the pauses.
Calling the first case that is on for today at 1 o'clock. If there are any conversations, can they go out of the room? This is for 4370 Washington Street, Ward 18. This is BOA number 393554. Is anybody here for Washington Street? This is a request to renovate a three-family, 2.5-story, and extend living space into the basement, new front porch, and rear porches. Violation is Article 9, Section 1, extension of a non-conforming use. This is a three-family and a two-family zone. Article 67, Section 9, building height excessive, usable open space, front and side yards all insufficient. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, my name is Mai Feng at 204 Adams Street in Dorchester, Massachusetts, 02122.
Thank you.
My name is Francisco Triani.
You want to hear, Mr. Bizzani, anything, or you have a chance to look at it?
I have reviewed the plans. The drawings are adequate.
Okay. David, you want to be heard on this?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. David McNulty, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has met with the community, went through the plans. No real concerns were raised, so will be recorded in support.
Thank you very much. Walter?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Walter Applewhite, District 5, City Council, Tim McCarthy's office. We'd also like to go on record as support.
Thank you very much. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion for approval with BRA design review.
All those, is there a second? Second. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling 43 Lawley Street, Ward 16. This is BOA number 382131. Is the applicant here for Lawley Street? This is a request to erect a new 3-story, 2-family dwelling, including a roof deck. Violations are Article 65, Section 8, 2-family dwellings forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, lot area, front and rear yards are all insufficient. FAR and building heights excessive. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 416 West Broadway in South Boston. I'm joined by Chris Drew of RCA Project Architects and Cronin Dempsey, the owner of the property. Mr. Chairman, excuse me. Once again, revised plans have been presented to the board depicting a single-family dwelling rather than a two-family dwelling as was initially applied for. The building, aside from the change in the proposed occupancy, has been somewhat reduced in size as well. Mr. Chairman, this is a case...
Mr. Moranci. So, most of your violations then go away, right? Does the use
violation certainly goes away.
Probably FAR?
No, the FAR, what's our FAR, Chris?
We're just over on the FAR. We've reduced the FAR, but it is still just above the allowed FAR.
Okay.
Any questions from the architect?
No, drawings are adequate.
All right. Anyone want to be heard in favor of this matter? Alec?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Alec Benelli, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, would like to go on record in opposition. They did meet with their direct abutters and the Civic Association, but did not come to a meeting of the minds. They were unanimously opposed to the project, concerns with density, proximity to the neighbors, privacy, and they will, with this proposal, they will be developing what is now parking for the abutting unit that they own.
Okay. Anybody else want to be heard on this project?
Mr. Nancy, clarification. At the neighborhood meeting, was the 2-unit presented or the 1?
No, the single family, Mr. Bizzani, and one thing that I do want to state for the record, just with respect to the zoning, and I understand how protective neighborhood associations are, and even this board of single family zoning in minimum lot size requirements. I did submit some sheets. It looks like all of them did not get up there to the board. But if one looks at the relevant 1F 5000 district at question, I actually took a survey of all of the lots on the easterly side of Lawley Street where this project would be located, and all of the lots on the westerly side of Port Norfolk Street. There are 35 separately assessed lots. 3 of those lots contain 5,000 or more square feet. 32 are undersized, of which 24, in fact, are under 4,000 square feet. So the time to argue that this shouldn't be a 1F 5000 district was, of course, 13 or 14 years ago before the Zoning Commission, not here before this board. But I do want to point out that even at the Neighborhood Association meeting, it was pointed out by a member of the PZAC at the time that this was intended to be exclusionary zoning, and that the 5,000 square foot lot size was chosen so as to prevent any development on any of the vacant lots in this district that are below 5,000 square feet. I'm not saying that that is something that one should disagree with, but I do want to point out for the board that this project would be remarkably consistent in terms of density and use with the remainder of this neighborhood.
Could I just clarify something? The FAR required is 0.5 and the proposed is 0.92?
The current is .92. Originally, it was just over 1 when we originally went in.
Yeah, and for a 1F 5000, I believe is 0.5 under the code.
Right.
All right, let's continue with testimony, and George, of course, will give you a chance to come back if there's anything you need to say. Went right to testimony. Name and address, please.
Judy O'Leary, 28 Port Norfolk Street.
Okay.
I'm a direct abutter, and I'm opposed to this. A lot of what the gentleman was talking about with the smaller lots on Port Norfolk Street and in the Port Norfolk area, those houses would have been built a long time ago, before that we were rezoned for 5,000 square feet for a one family. The property is used for parking for the next door property of 47 Lawley Street. My back of my house, my kitchen faces into the property, and it would totally take away all my light, my kitchen light, my view. And, you know, we've been living there a long time. My boys are 4th generation Port Norfolk Street boys, and this would just totally crowd the neighborhood. And if we allow this to happen, I think our neighborhood is going downhill from here. We have, if you drive through it, we've got beautiful green lots everywhere. We've got green gardens. This was originally a yard that got broken up along the way, and it's a beautiful yard, and we'd love to keep beautiful yards at Port Norfolk Street. Thank you.
Very good.
Port Norfolk area.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Henry Cohen on behalf of City Councilor Michelle Wu, would like to go on record in opposition, having heard concerns from the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on this matter?
My name is Donna Bishop. I live at 39 Lawley Street. I live right on the border with this property. This property, contrary to the description of our neighborhood from someone who doesn't live there, virtually all of the homes there have nice big yards, very creative, wonderful landscaping. Most of them are single-family homes. And I live, what would happen if this proposal were allowed to go through is that it would be the worst thing that could possibly happen to me. I've lost my eyesight since I moved there. Well, I depend on the light from my downstairs and my upstairs, my living room, my dining room, my kitchen, and 2 bedrooms upstairs all are on that line, where now I have trees to look at and a beautiful yard that the previous owner made, a terraced yard, and that's what all of us look out our windows and see in the whole neighborhood is trees and nice yards. If this proposal were allowed to go through, one, it would certainly devastate me. It would be just the worst thing that could possibly happen, to lose my privacy, my light, my view, listening to the birds sing, all of those things. It would also lose a minimum of 4 parking spaces on Lawley Street, which is already completely full of cars. It would also be a damage to the whole neighborhood, because if you can make a garage into a 3-story building plus deck, that's just unthinkable. And how this could even be thought of, I have no idea. But I really hope that you'll think about the neighborhood and the people who live there and the people who have been there for years and years, and the houses that were built 100 years ago and the lots laid out 100 years ago, not a couple of years ago. But periodically, we redo the zoning in the neighborhood, and we always vote for the same thing. We want the neighborhood to stay the way it is.
All right, appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Mary McCarthy, President of the Port Norfolk Civic Association. We stand unanimously opposed to this project in any form, and there is no parking for it. There's no parking now for 47. This was the lot for it. So I'm not exactly sure where they got this lot, but we stand in opposing here, the Vice Chair of the Civic as well.
Okay.
So we appreciate you oppose this project.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to be heard on this matter?
Mr. Chairman, just a couple quick points for the record to clarify for the board. 43 is a separately assessed lot. It's a separate parcel. This is not a subdivision. I just wanted to make that clear. And again, just want to point out that this is in fact the lowest intensity use of this property other than not developing it. And again, single-family use in a single-family district, undeniably the lot is undersized, and the FAR is higher than it should be, but it is, again, very consistent with prevailing land use patterns.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is John Lyons. I live at 176 Walnut Street, Dorchester. I'm the Vice President of the Neighborhood Association. Without belaboring the point, I think just 2 things that need to be considered. Number 1, this proposed construction will take place on what is presently ancillary parking for a pre-existing non-conforming use. That hasn't been addressed in the appeal. It hasn't been addressed in the discussion. The 2 lots have been in common ownership since at least 1960. And in general, there's been no discussion here about hardship, about minimum variance, or the spirit and intent of the code. And as you know, that's required in any decision which this board grants. And I wish you would at least address those issues, or that someone would address them, because in any other event, there is no hardship that's been expressed here, other than the intent to make more money than they can make on the property as presently zoned. The zoning, by the way, was the result of the efforts of a PZAC committee 20 years ago, which included many members, residents of the Neighborhood Association, other people employed by the City of Boston, all working together, and they reached a consensus on what the zoning for this district should be.
Okay,
Thank you,
sir.
George, I just have one quick question. In reference to ancillary parking, it wasn't a deeded ancillary parking for another project, was it? It was just that the 2 projects were in common ownership and that parking was just occurring on this lot?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Prepared to make a motion?
Motion for approval with BRA design review.
Is there a second? There is a second. I think I heard. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
I'm opposed.
Okay, I think I heard 3, so that means the motion doesn't carry. So it's been denied.
Thank you.
Calling 50 to 52, Granite Ave, Ward 16. This is BOA number 380310. This is a request. Is the applicant here for Granite Ave?
Granite Avenue?
So I'm going to just call it BO.
The applicant?
This is a request for residential parking in the rear of the building for 3 cars. Violations, Article 9, Section 1, Extension of Non-conforming use, Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking requirements. Also, 54 to 56 Granite Ave, Ward 16, BOA number 380314. This is a request to install five parking spaces in the rear of the building. Violation is Article 9, Section 1, extension of non-conforming use. Your name and address for the record, please.
Barry Noon, 19 Fencourt, Canton. Oh, Barry Noon, 19 Fencourt Road, Canton.
Right, and you're proposing parking behind the two houses you own?
Yes, originally I had 50-52 and I had never had parking, so then I had the opportunity to get 54-56, and I gave an easement between the two properties. So in order, there's no parking on Granite Ave if any you're familiar with it. So in order to get that.
So how many spaces will you be able to put in now?
I'm looking to put 3 behind 50-52 and the 3 behind 54-56.
3?
Yeah.
3 and 3.
Yeah, I've met with the neighborhood association twice and they're happy with that.
How many units are in each building?
2 in each building.
2
But
units.
the drawing for 54-56 shows 5 spaces.
It has, yeah.
And that's what the thing says. But I
Yeah,
think he
just
cut
like
it down.
last week, it was the last time I met with the association and we decided to do 3.
Okay, that's fine.
And we had the neighborhood
So let's get
meeting
the
with
So which ones are you eliminating?
I can,
Yeah, tell us.
can I show you this?
No, just say.
Oh, the ones 2 behind 54-56.
Which 2?
Which two? 50, parking space 4, 5? Parking space 1, 2?
1 and 5.
Very good. Alec?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Alec Benelli, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has met with the association, his abutters and most direct abutters. He has agreed on steps to mitigate the effects of the parking in the rear of the units and has received support of everyone. We'd like to go on record in support.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Joe?
members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Council Frank Baker's office, would also like to go on record in support.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on Granite Ave want to be heard? Okay, let's make a motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. All those,
May I just make a recommendation? Motion to approve with BRA design review and for a maximum of 3 spaces, for 6 spaces?
6, right, come on. Okay,
Yes.
all those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Right number.
Calling 11 Park Street, Ward 16. This is BOA number 381705. This is a request to construct new shed dormers and extend first floor deck in the rear. Violations, Article 9, Section 1. This is an extension of non-conforming use, specifically the first floor deck and the new dormer. Your name and address for the record, please.
David Higgins, 13 Park Street. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members, or good evening, good afternoon actually, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Yeah. Our proposal for the dormer is approximately, it's about 24 foot wide, 24 foot long. We've actually decreased the living area in the unit from 2,400 square feet to about 2,200 square feet. There was an existing bathroom up there, and we for the unit to work properly, the dormer kind of works well. And as for the rear deck, we have not gone outside the envelope of the house. We just extended it about 5 feet to bring it to the corner of the building.
So this is a how many
It's a
units?
three family.
3 family and a
Yes.
2 family zone. Okay, and what will the additional space contain in the dormer?
The addition is.
Bathrooms?
It's approximately well. There was living space up there originally, but this will make it workable for about 150 square feet.
What are you using it for? What do you want to use it for?
It's part of the unit downstairs. It's just an extent. It's extra living area.
It shows a bedroom, bathroom, and a seating area.
Yeah, it was a 4-bedroom, but now we've reduced it to a 3-bedroom to make it work properly.
Okay. Anyone want to be heard in favor on Park Street?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Eric Prentice, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, would like to go on record and support. Thank you very much.
Joe?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Council Frank Baker's office, would like to go on record in support.
Okay, else? If not, we'll take a motion.
Move for approval with BRA design review.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody? Anyone opposed? Okay, we're all set.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Calling 1212 Fenton Street, Ward 15. This is BOA number 380642. This is a request for a change of occupancy from one to a two-family dwelling. Violation is Article 65, Section 9, open space is insufficient. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mai Fung at 204 Adams Street, Dorchester, Massachusetts, 02122.
George Mitras, 39 Bishop Road, Quincy, Mass.
So
What are we doing? Just changing occupancy, or are you building something?
Not building anything. The building, the property used to be a two-family.
So this, your only violation is open space.
That's correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, what's required and what are you proposing?
The requirement for 750 square feet per each unit. We have about 1,000, which is 5.
1,000,
Yes.
okay.
But the property used to be a two-family a long time ago, prior to
We're not questioning the use because the only violation is your
That's
open
correct.
space.
Anybody want to be heard on Fenton Street? We are on Fenton Street, right? Yes? 12 Fenton Street. Anyone?
Yes.
All right. Oh, Joseph.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Council Frank Baker's office. The applicant has met with the local civic association and some of the abutters, and they seem very pleased with this gentleman and what he's about to do here. We'd like to extend our support today.
Okay, thank you. And it's a pleasure of the board.
Motion for approval.
Okay. Second. All those in favor of approval? Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
All set. Thank you.
We are now moving,
Another one.
so we're calling 465 East 3rd Street, Ward 6. This is BOA number 379917. This is a request to extend living space from the first floor to the garden level. Violation is Article 57, Section 9, FAR and rear yard. FAR is excessive. Article 57, Section 9, rear yard and usable open space is insufficient. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Andrew Frank. I'm the homeowner at 465 East 3rd Street. So my proposal is to extend that living space.
We ask the architect, any comments or questions from you?
Is this a one-family?
It's a two-family. It's 3 stories. The upper unit's the second and third level, and the lower is on the first.
Okay, the problem with this is that the unit in the basement encloses the mechanical for the whole building.
There's a consistent common path of travel from the front door down to the to the mechanical space. There was a resubmittal of the plan to the building department that added a vaulted addition onto the back of the house, which made a dedicated stairwell between the basement and first floor.
Do you have a copy of that? Because the drawing that we have doesn't show that.
I apologize, I didn't bring a drawing of that, but my resubmittal by Ed Roach is my architect. We did correct that building code violation.
And that also handled the boiler room plus the water meters?
Yep, everything gets moved to the front of the unit, and the existing central stair facilitates the common, no interruption of common
Chairman,
space.
I want to make a motion to defer this, really without having the drawing in front of us. I would vote for denial, but if you tell me that Architect Roach has corrected that.
Okay.
Let's do that, but let's do it, call the chair so we can get him here.
Okay.
And once you have the plan in your hands, Mr. Mazzani, then we'll call you that'll be there.
So call up the chair.
Call the chair. I don't want to push them into, months out.
Thank you, that's appreciated.
All right, so we need to vote. All those in favor of Mr. Bazzani's motion? Aye. And any opposed to it? So that's the motion. We'll see you again when we have the plans.
To approve it with the call of the chair for
Yes,
plans?
we're approving it, but we need to have the plans. When we have the plans.
Let's just,
How do we
I'm always reluctant to approve something.
Well, that's what I'm saying, pending the review of the plans, okay?
We can vote contingent.
So the office will be in touch with you, feel free to call them, and as soon as you get the plans, you can maybe set up a date then, okay?
Thank you very much.
Next case is here for an interpretation. This is 14 I Street, Ward 6, BZC number 33626. In this case, the petitioner seeks a determination that the Inspectional Services Department erred in issuing permit number ERT 155757.
Hi, my name is Mary Cooney.
At your address, please.
My address is 621 East 2nd Street in South Boston.
And you are?
David Nielsen, urban designer, 49 North Martin Street. Mike Niskanen, developer, Wood Road, Brooklyn, Mass.
And you are the developer of I Street?
Right.
Both of you?
I'm the designer.
You're the designer developer, okay.
Okay, so you're the owner, developer, and Ms. Cooney is an aggrieved neighbor who feels that the permit should have been subject to a variance?
Yes.
Or, okay, can you tell us why?
Because the building sits at 14 I Street. The current building as being built is both 14 and 16 I Street. The neighborhood development area is a sub-district of the new South Boston neighborhood district, zoning district, that Article 68 that was created in September of 2011. And that identifies that the maximum building height of 45 feet is for buildings that front First Street. This building fronts I Street, and so there really is no justification for arbitrarily assigning a 45-foot height allowance to an I Street location, and it is apparently, and I think, a misuse of the code. I would like to submit photos of the building as being built, also where it sits in relationship to the neighborhood, the I Street locations, both lots, and where they sit in relationship to East 2nd Street. And also, the South Boston Neighborhood District development area and the dimensional regulations clearly state in the footnotes that the First Street neighborhood development area is 35 feet with 2 footnotes. The first footnote being the maximum building height shall be 35 feet fronting 2nd, 45 feet for buildings fronting on First Street. In the instance of a through lot, the dividing line will be a height limit 50% the length of the lots between First and 2nd. But there is no clarification of I Street. And the feeling here is that the NDA was created by its own language to activate First Street. So this particular building does not front First Street. If you look on the deeds, which there are copies of in that packet, the deeds of I Street even say that it is kind of connecting to 2nd Street. That's its relationship. It's its relation to I and 2nd. So I contend that because this permit was written as of right, it has impacted the East 2nd Street neighborhood, which in the planning, there was supposed to be a 20-foot setback. So these particular developers own pretty much almost all the NDA in this area. So they have the ability to define the lots. In fact, in April here, we came before this board, and they were seeking variances to relieve them of some of the setback requirements. And thank you very much, the board did deny them with the proviso for BRA design review, because they are building on this NDA without oversight of the BRA. They've added probably 100,000 square feet of space already.
So let me see if we can get this clear for the board, what you're saying is that they actually fall into a zoning area, and they should have been cited because that zoning area has different, more stricter requirements under the 2011 code than what the ISD based it on, right?
They relieve, yes,
Good.
they've, instead of the First Street, correct.
Okay, well, we can't confirm that from where we sit, so what's going to happen is we're going to hear from David or whoever, and then we're going to have the law department review the code and
Thank you very
review the
much.
geography. I mean, that's, I think, going to be the outcome unless my board members feel like they can make a decision today, but would
I
you
would
like to
appreciate
address
that
why,
consideration.
David, why you think the permit should be issued and not?
Yeah, well, when we started this project, we've met 4 times with inspectional services to make sure that we were as of right, to get clarification of the zoning and the height restrictions and the setbacks.
Could you tell us who you actually mean?
Mark Joseph. The property, when Article 68 was enacted and the neighborhood development area was created, the demarcation line of neighborhood development area falls across this property. So part of the property is on multifamily residential local service, which is on the I Street side, and the back of the property is in the neighborhood development area side. Multifamily residential has a 35-foot high height limit. NDA, neighborhood development area, has a 45-foot high. So if I read the footnote that Mrs. Cooney cited, it says the maximum building height shall be 35 feet for buildings fronting on 2nd Street, which we do not, and 45 feet for buildings fronting on 1st Street, which we do not. In the instance of a through lot, which we are not, the dividing line between height limits should be 50% of the length of the lot between 1st and 2nd Street. So footnote 1 doesn't apply to us. Footnote 2, which says building height shall be 45 feet in the 1st Street neighborhood development area where a proposed project provides ground floor retail or services and on-site parking. That does apply to us, and we are providing ground floor retail or services, and we're providing on-site parking. So we followed the code by saying that in the area that is NDA, we're 45 feet, and in the area that is multifamily residential, we are 35 feet. And that's why we were granted an as-of-right designation for the height.
What is the commercial activity that you provide?
We sell it as a condominium. We're allowed, it's like 5 specific categories that are as of right. A copy shop, florist, I believe, and when the buyers buy, they're made aware of what is as of right, and if they're seeking a different use, they have to come and get a variance. But we're not, the developer's not holding on to the retail, he's simply selling it.
But the presentation for the permit as of right included those particular uses that were therefore as of right also.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Does the board agree with my,
you know,
unless you feel you can resolve this?
well,
Not resolve.
I think
Make a
I
determination.
can agree with the motion for the following reason. ISD is, in my opinion, very careful when they are entering into this territory. And I have great confidence in Mr. Joseph and his interpretation. And I happen also to agree with him. So I do not feel that ISD erred. I feel that ISD issued the permit correctly. Now, you have to understand, this is also the same developer that we've shot down, other times when they have come here and looked to do something that was beyond to it, trying to avoid Article 80.
I'm happy to entertain.
I think that obviously they're chastened by that and would reach a point of making sure that they're not caught. So I view that ISD did not err. I agree with ISD's.
Would you like to make a motion, or would you like to send this upstairs?
No, I'm happy to make a motion that ISD did not err.
Okay. Any other board member concur with Mr. Pisani? Want to make a second on that? Someone did. All those in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Any opposed to it? Okay. Well,
What is
he did not err.
What is the recourse? Because he did not meet the first, as he said, he ignored the first footnote. So can we go to ISD and seek legal counsel?
We did what we were asked to interpret whether they erred or not, and after hearing it, initially I felt that we couldn't, but board members obviously felt they...
If you don't meet a footnote, it's not one or the other. It doesn't say one or two. It's one and two. My sense is that if he did not meet that the 45-foot height,
We can't answer that. We really can't.
you just said that they met the criteria, but he did not meet the criteria because it's one and two.
You have, it seems to me you have two options. Okay? One is the adjudicatory option, and the other is to point out to ISD that they in fact may not have met the other.
That they did not meet the footnote,
But
the
we did.
45-foot height on First Street.
But we did.
Okay, sorry. We're all set today. Our part is done.
Thank you very much.
We have other items on the agenda that are also pressing.
Thank you very much.
We have, the next case is here before us as a rediscussion, and it is a court remand. Is the applicant here for 458 to 460 Washington Street, Ward 22? I'm going to call BZC number 31921, 458 Washington Street, Ward 22. When this case was before us, these are companion cases, when this case was before us, it was a request to combine lots and erect a building for 24 residential units. Among the violations was that was Article 51, Section 8, residential use being conditional. The companion case is BZC number 31922, which is 460 Washington Street, Ward 22. This was a request to change the legal occupancy from retail space to 4 residential units. And again, the only violation on this is that the residential use is conditional. Suppose that after litigation, the judge has asked us as a board, he does not, he agrees with our decision, but he does not feel, he feels that we should put on the record the reasons why we approved this project. I have visited the site, and have pulled out the conditional use regulations, and have also looked at all the supplemental and the other materials that were submitted. And I will state that the reasons are that this specific site is an appropriate location for this residential use. The use will not adversely affect the neighborhood. There are no serious hazards to vehicles or pedestrians, and that through providing the conditions such as, specifically as BRA design review, we've ensured that there is adequate screening and buffering of the parking areas, and that there will be review of exterior features and anything related to design, number, and location of access and other traffic features. So those are the reasons, based on the request by the judge, why we supported that project.
Could I ask one question simply for edification? In the original package, the architect was listed as Arthur Chu, and the drawings submitted are by another architect. When did that happen?
They're both here. Arthur Chu is here and Gary Hendren is here.
Well, this goes to the question as to what drawings did we see when we made the original decision? And those were based on Mr. Chu's drawings, is that correct?
No, Mr. Hendren's drawings.
Mr. Hendren.
I just did the Article 80 part of it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So, I suppose that the next thing would be for the board to endorse those as conditions.
Mr. Chairman, if I may interject, I think that this is important. I appreciate all the statements that you made. It is my opinion that the facts to be presented in the decision, from which the board draws its conclusion, needs to be a little more case-specific to pass muster. So, for example, in the supplemental facts that were presented to the board last week, given to the board in which very readily, is that the abutting lots, for example, are under 4,000 square feet, 3 abutting lots, that this project is now on 31,000.
Excuse me, that is, those lots and those uses are all pre-existing prior to this adoption of that specific code, which was in 2001, I don't remember when it was. And so this is new construction, therefore we have to look at this project in its concerns. We clearly recognize that this is a property that straddles and abuts a neighborhood shopping district, but if you go down Shanley, it's very much a residential district. So therefore, this use is appropriate for this location because it is a lot that can accommodate it and is a good, how can I say this, buffer use. The use itself as a residential use will not affect the neighborhood, and then you have the rest of it on the record. So
I realize you're supporting our position. I mean, I understand that. And yet I don't want to come back here again.
I think Mr. Rajo did what the court demanded us in their remand, so. What's that? What did you say?
I'm sorry?
Okay.
So,
we're not taking testimony. No. So we just take a motion to confirm or affirm what Mr. Rajo has clarified for the board and for the court, okay? Is there a motion?
Go ahead.
So moved. Is there a second? Okay, thank you. All those in favor of that? Aye. Any opposed to it? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. To assist the board, would they consider a draft opinion that I have written for this? Thank you very much. I'll give you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 copies, 7, 8, 1 for each, and some extra.
the last case we have before us is also a court remand. This is 315 to 319 West Broadway, Ward 6. This is BZC number 32279. This was a request to combine lots, change legal occupancy from a fitness center and private club to fitness center, offices, and 14 residential units. Also to erect a 4-story addition, erect front, side, rear decks, and paving. Will everybody put their name and address on the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Don Weiss with the firm of Dane Torpy. I'm here representing the principals of Bromfield Development, Paul Adamson and Mark Cummins. They're here in the audience. With me also is my colleague, Kate Carter, and the project architect, Tim Johnson.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
This matter was before the board a year ago. April 23rd, the board approved a development project for this site. Widespread community support for the project. However, one neighbor sued to challenge the project. We represent the developer in that litigation. Rather than having that case become a full employment act for lawyers, we thought that it would make sense to see if we could redesign the building in a way that would still be a viable project, but also might meet some of the plaintiff's concerns. The court has remanded the matter back to this board for that reason. In the interim, after the remand order, we've redesigned the project significantly, and the project architect is here prepared to discuss that. We should mention that we offered to walk the site with the plaintiff. We offered to meet with her and take her design concerns. Those overtures were not taken up. We did get some general design suggestions, which we have attempted to incorporate appropriately in the design of the redesigned project. Yes.
I think what I should do is probably I've read into the record what your initial proposal is. I should read into the record what your violations are, and then we can work backwards to see what's going on.
You also
Very well.
when we heard this?
We heard this on August 23rd, 2013. Okay, so just a reminder, this was a request to combine lots, change the legal occupancy from fitness center and private club to fitness center, offices, and 14 residential units, erect 4-story addition, erect front, side, and rear decks, and also parking. The violations were Article 10, Section 1, limitation of area. There's no off-street parking is required in the front yard. Article 57, Section 22, roof structure restrictions. Article 57, Section 26, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 57, Section 8, the office use is forbidden in an MFR LS. Article 57, Section 9, usable open space, front yard on both Silver and Broad Street insufficient. Side yard is also insufficient. Flow area ratio and height, both in stories and in feet, are excessive. So we know that you were proposing 14 residential units, fitness center, office. So what is the new proposal?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Secretary, members of the board, the 8/22/14 drawings before you contrast the 4/23/12 drawings originally submitted in the following ways. 14 units are reduced to 12 units. The number of stories over existing building reduced from 5 to 4 stories along West Broadway. The number of stories at rear addition are reduced from 4 to 3 stories at Silver Street. All balconies and decks have been deleted at the northwest elevation. This is the elevation that abuts the plaintiff at 311 West Broadway. The stair elevator shaft was moved 11 feet toward West Broadway along the northwest elevation to reduce shadows on the 311 abutter. Side setbacks were increased along the northwest elevation to reduce shadows on the abutter, and the gross square feet of the proposed addition has decreased 7%, and the FAR decreased from 2.0 to 1.9.
Thank you.
And what does the 7% equal? How many square feet, the GSF?
That would be approximately 1,000 square feet, Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
Do you have any reason to believe that this redesign will result in litigation?
We're hopeful that will, but we don't know for sure. We'll have to wait and see.
Okay, who else wants to be heard on this?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Edward Lonigan. I'm an attorney representing the abutter, Patricia Mastranzi Fisher, individually, and as she is manager of the LLC which owns that property. The matter indeed has been remanded, but not by the court without my prompting. I had suggested long ago that the matter should be remanded and they should start over. The request to reach out was made when I said I wanted to be part of the community process, that we didn't want special treatment. We thought it should go before the community and really be vetted. I have submitted to you a 5 or 6 page statement of facts. I won't bore you with all the details, but I will suggest to you that it gives you the history of where we started. This was approved by the board, not by a unanimous, it was not a unanimous decision. It's an overdevelopment, does not meet any of the standards required by the statute or by the ordinance. needlessly overdeveloped. My client's family has been in their property since 1922. My client is a business person in the neighborhood, is not opposed to development. My client would welcome an improvement to the building that's there. I have submitted to you, in addition to the statement of facts, an outline of the plans that have been submitted to you by the proponent. I think you will find that what the applicant has done is ignored the fact that he has an 8,000 square foot building fully occupied on the premises, which is an FAR greater than 1. And when you look at his footages, he says there's 14,825 square feet. However, that's proposed. When you put that with the existing, I think you come up with 22,000 square feet. As a result, we're talking about an FAR at 3.4. They are saying that they need no rear yard. My understanding of the ordinance is that you have a through lot. You may pick your front yard, but you don't have 2 front yards. Therefore, their proposal, I think, would need another variance. They ignore existing parking and parking requirements. They have 16 parking space requirements, 2 per 1,000. So they are going to be in violation. I have also submitted with my facts an outline prepared by, a massing outline prepared by an architect, which would have 3 floors, which would allow for 6 or 7 units, which would not be a burden upon my client, upon the neighborhood. When you're making your decisions, they last for 100 years. You look at those plans, look at the rear perspective, and say to yourself, would I like that in my neighborhood? The reason I say that is 40 years ago, I was chairman of the Board of Appeals in Somerville, and we approved a building such as this. I was younger and smarter, but now I'm older and wiser. I go by that building and I'm always embarrassed. And I'm also empathetic to the task that you have, and I envy you. I mean, I admire your strength being here all day. This is a simple one. I spent 5 years on the 9th floor. I understand design, not as an architect, but I know it's good economics. I know there are no bad people here. And what the developer is proposing, when I was a very young lawyer, I supported proposals such as that. But I've learned that quality design can result in everybody being better off. So I would suggest that this matter be denied in its predecessor iteration, that the developer be encouraged to pursue a more limited development over the existing building, and remembering that every square foot is a bonus, that he has absolutely no entitlement. There are no circumstances under which the statutory standards can be met. But nevertheless, the architect has shown by their rendering that's a reasonably good presentation. I think it could be an improvement to the neighborhood. But it shouldn't go back the way it is. And when you have a moment, walk up Silver Street and see some of the additions that have been made. You are making a mistake, I think, when you ignore your design responsibility. With the fever of the excitement, a lot of developments going forward, but 10 years from now, you'll regret what's going on. Ride through South Boston on a Sunday morning, and you'll see everything is plain, no character, and that's a shame. We're willing to cooperate with a more reasonable proposal. I believe 2 of the members voted against the first proposal. The second proposal cannot meet the statutory standards under any circumstances, but I have a family that's been involved since 1922. Business persons would like to be cooperative, and I suggest 3 floors, 6 units, 7 units should be reasonable. And if you had an opportunity to be told you can build 7 units in South Boston with no land cost and no parking, you'd take it and make money. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reese, can I ask you the specifics?
I'm sorry?
I'm addressing Attorney Weiss, please. Is there going to be parking in the front yard on this proposal?
Yes, there will be parking in the front yard along Silver Street.
How many spaces is that?
That would be 2 spaces.
Okay, that's it. Okay. Roof structures restricted, are you still proposing roof? Was it because of roof decks, or was it?
It's because in this district, if you change the roof line at all, it requires an additional form of relief.
Okay, so now with your current proposal, is that still going to be a violation?
It will, although it's reduced. We've taken one floor off the building, an entire floor off the approved design.
Then off-street parking is insufficient. What is your insufficiency, if there is an insufficiency?
We're now proposing, as shown on a recent plan submission that we sent in to Mr. Bazzani, 12 spaces for 12 units.
And what's the requirement in that district?
It's 1.5 times dwelling unit or 18.
So you're proposing 12 versus 18. Is an office use still on the table?
That's in the commercial portion of the building.
Okay.
By the way, excuse my interruption, the parking is increased, the number of units is decreased from the approved project, the number of spaces is increased.
Right. Then, looks like your front yard insufficiency and your lots, so your front yard, just trying to see what front width and lot frontage insufficiencies were just because of the size of the lot. Okay, and you reduced the FAR and the height you've also reduced.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
Chris, did you want to be heard?
Yes, please. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Chris Nev on behalf of City Council President Bill Linehan. We'd just like to go on the record to state that last year when this was before the board, this went through an extensive community process with the previous administration, and ultimately the councilor came out in support of it. We did, I think, have some concerns with that parking in the rear, but overall we thought that this project was a good fit. Now having it back before us with additional concessions, we think that this is still a good fit, and the council would like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who's actually here to speak or just here to listen? Okay, he's here for the entertainment value. Well, I guess I should comment as chair. I feel like, you know, an additional, we approved something, you went to court, you made additional reductions in hopes that that will make the court case go away, right? And as an aside, the attorney who spoke, I first just want to say that it was very, very moving because as a board member, and I think all my board members feel this way, that what we do approve lasts for a long time, and we are sensitive. And we have approved some things that maybe we couldn't see from the plan how they were going to come out, and we do occasionally drive around town and see those things. But we do try and live by the standards in the code as far as harmful and negative impact and hardship and everything else. So I appreciate your words to heart. So I have to leave it up to the board member. Go ahead.
I just want to point out that this will not resolve the court case because you may regard them as concessions, but they really are not. So we will probably be back to court. Thank you.
Oh, that's fine. Now we have to decide if we still endorse this, endorse it, including these concessions or whatever that you may want to call them. So I just want to put myself on the record there. So
I'm going to make a motion for approval of the new proposal, which includes the following changes: 12 residential units, 4 stories on West Broadway, 3 on Silver, that there will be no decks, and the FAR will be at 1.9, and there will be continued BRA design review, because I do remember this project when it came before us, and we were not very thrilled with the design. So for continued BRA design review.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
I'm opposed.
Well, I'm going with the motion. therefore it carries, and we do endorse the reduced redesign for whatever intent and whatever effect it has on the court. Thank you.
We'll find out.
Adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.